here is hundreds, literally hundreds of testimonials of patients on the reduction of their opioid use. Any statements coming from you, medical marijuana advisory panel, whatever the official title is, would go a long way to bringing this into the forefront consciousness of people. With Reach New Jersey's efforts at fighting people with people, for people who are already addicted, we want to keep people from becoming addicted. The health department tells us that keeping lower opiate limits is a key. It's also going to direct people to the black market for that same opiate the first time they're told no. It's going to accelerate some people getting into the black market, and if they knew that cannabis could help, and if it became easier for cannabis to help, American Medical Association does say that on the average, states that do this have 25% reduction in the mortality rate from opioid overdose deaths, both legal and illegal. So that's my concern. I'm not hearing enough about it. I'm about to start my own website, reachcmmnj.com.org, just inserting the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in the state's program, because if the state can take care of people who are addicted, we want to do that, but if they don't really respond to the incredible nature of what could be done with cannabis to help, then advocates have to step in, and I think that's their job before mine. And I appreciate what we've done so far. I like the indications I've seen that we're on the right path, but I think we're. Thanks for time, Steve.
Thank you. One second. Any question, member of the panel? No questions. Okay, next person who will sign up is Dora Service.
It's Dara Service, but I just signed in.
You just signed in. Okay. So next person we have on the list is Michelle Burns.
I'm only going to speak later.
I'm sorry?
I'm not going to speak.
I don't know. Okay. So next person, correctly, Mr. Edward Harris.
Yeah, I'll speak. I wasn't planning on speaking, but give me an opportunity to speak.
You have the opportunity.
I appreciate that. I spoke the last time, and I was actually, the last time I was here, I was very livid because very upset that they would drag patients into a room and make them beg for their lives, for their condition. How do you think the choose who suffers and doesn't suffer? Myself, I suffer from chronic pain, but I couldn't get cannabis for chronic pain. I got it for spasticity, which is one of my other issues, but it's not my major issue. My major issue is chronic pain. It took me a year to get my cannabis card. The doctor that I went to in Bayonne, Dr. Akhtar, charged me $400 a visit cash each time I went to see her. I had to see her 4 times. It's a lot of money for somebody who's on disability Social Security. I left Dr. Akhtar. I went to another doctor for about a year. He left to go to the VA, left me stranded without a doctor. So now I had to find another doctor, which is not easy, because all the doctors want cash. It's all about money now. It's not about compassion. It's not about caring for the patients. It's about money. The doctor in Bayonne was a profiteer. I see a lot of profiteers making money off these sick people. And it's disgusting to me. And I hope that there's something we do to help these patients, give them more compassion with what they've been shown so far in the New Jersey medical cannabis program. Because, so far, I have not seen any compassion. I wear a wristband on my arm here. Her name is Sabina Rose. She died. She was a 15-month-old baby. She died waiting for her cannabis card. She waited, just like I had to wait. But she wasn't as strong as me. She died waiting. And there's a lot of people that died waiting that shouldn't have to wait. One of the things that Joe Rulo was saying that we need to, he's a candidate for governor, to streamline the process to get the patients their cannabis faster. And there should not be a $200 charge for patients to pay for their cannabis card. And there should not be a 7% tax on our cannabis. I don't know why. It's the only medicine that's taxed that I know of. So we need to help these patients. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member of the panel, any question? No, thank you. So the last person to sign is Hefner. Same. Sam Sullivan. And last one would be, I think it's Patty Jameson.
I was saying,
Okay. So it's all the same. So we now start the deliberation. So, Michelle, we vote on conditions and decisions. Motion to vote. Okay, any further discussion from a member of the panel on these topics? So, any of this condition, if you
you're
like.
not doing them all together. just
No, we're doing one by one,
Right.
but we're not on Z.
No, no, I understand.
This is just general discussion. Now we will start going one by one. I think. Correct? Right, in groups, right. I understand. So first condition we're going to vote. It's chronic pain related to musculoskeletal disorder. I'm pretty sure all of us, just for fun, all of us review literature, current literature on the subject. So it's not like first time we figuring out what it is. There are lots of communication between us and I would consider all of us an expert in the field. So it's just for you to know that it's not communicated to us. So can we go? Okay. Yeah, motion to vote on chronic pain related to muscle. Okay, we have second. Okay, second. So yes, we are going to vote on approval or on recommendation of marijuana for chronic pain related to musculoskeletal disorder. We probably will go one by one. Okay.
Dr. Richardson?
Yes.
Dr. Becker?
Yes.
Dr. Johansson?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Dr. Labonis? Dr. Sturba? Motion carries.
Can we go to the next condition? Next condition we're going to vote is migraine. Again, to emphasize the point that all of us are familiar with current literature on the subject. So, motion to vote. Second. Second, yes. So we're going to vote condition approving of medicinal marijuana for migraine.
Dr. Richmond?
Yes.
Dr. Becker?
Yes.
Dr. Johansson?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Dr. Labonis? Dr. Sturba? Motion carries.
The next condition we're going to vote is anxiety. Recommendation for the use of medicinal marijuana for anxiety, and it can be anxiety to a particular disease like autism or Alzheimer's. So do we have a motion to vote? Yes. Second? Yes. So, Michelle?
Dr. Richmond?
Yes.
Dr. Becker?
Yes.
Dr. Johansson?
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy?
Yes.
Dr. Labonis?
No.
Dr. Sturba?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next condition is asthma. It's one petition for asthma. A motion to vote. Yes. Second. Okay.
Dr. Richmond?
No.
Dr. Becker?
No.
Dr. Johansson?
No.
Dr. Kennedy?
No.
Dr. Labonis?
No.
Dr. Sturba?
No.
Motion does not carry.
Okay, the next condition we will consider is a chronic pain of visceral origin, which includes chronic pancreatitis, irritable bowel syndrome, and so So do we have a
Motion to approve.
second? Okay, so, Michelle?
Dr. Bridgewater,
Yes.
Dr. Becker,
Yes.
Dr. Johansson,
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy,
Yes.
Dr. Levonis,
No.
Dr. Sturba,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. Next condition we are considering is a Tourette syndrome. And Luke, second. Second, okay. We have a motion.
Dr. Bridgewater,
Yes.
Dr. Becker,
Yes.
Dr. Johansson,
Yes.
Dr. Kennedy,
Yes.
Dr. Levonis, Dr. Sturba,
Yes.
motion carries.
And the last condition we're going to vote today is a chronic fatigue syndrome. So we will approve the recommendation. Second, yes.
Second.
Okay. So, Michelle?
Dr. Bridgewater,
No.
Dr. Becker,
No.
Dr. Johansson,
No.
Dr. Kennedy,
No.
Dr. Levonis,
No.
Dr. Sturba,
No.
motion carries.
Should we adjourn or any comments? After, you heard our vote, I'm addressing to the member of the public right now. If you have additional comments, concern, this is your time, you still limited to 3 minutes for your comments. So, any public? Yes.
Potcast.
Okay.
My name is Anthony Liberte. I suffer from chronic pain syndrome with some concussions and problems. It's about 480 milligrams of oxycodone a day. I have a milligram of clonidine twice a day with that. About no pharmaceuticals today because of cannabis.
Thank you. That's just very helpful. Any other comments? No. Person is leaving. So I will call, unless there are any other further comment or anything else, I will call for motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Get a second. I guess we will. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. And I guess on the website we will read actual direction what is the video subscribers. But I'm not going to discuss this. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so they are going to approve some stuff to go forward.
Fight against addiction.
I think we should ask one of the doctors if that qualifies for PTSD from the federal government, okay, the VA. And if there's
That would be
PTSD.
yeah, that would be regulatory. I thought it would be. I mean, you know, a lot of
I stopped by the podcast first, and then they're like, "Hey, go to." I saw the.
Yeah.
So say go to the War Memorial, and that went straight to the War Memorial.
I would like to hope that the ones that did not get recommended,
That's what he told me.
well, that they would say why not. Like, was there not enough information?
We can find out.
Did the information? Well, that should be all public record. I mean, in other words, that should be something I would think that would happen without us asking.
Yeah.
Because maybe they're going to say they disagreed with the material that was presented for Tourette's, or it wasn't enough, you know. Because if it was not enough information, then it could be refiled with more information. Much like if you are a president and you have an immigration policy struck down, you tweak it and put it up again.
Yeah.
And if it gets struck down, you tweak it and put it up again. So we have to know how to tweak it. We have to know what it was that they did not buy into. We gotta find it. We gotta start podcasting.
Yeah. Let's do it. All right. I'll see you over there.
So the state trooper's name who came out of the audience, his name is Chris. He's become a big fan with my quick what we're doing, you know. And I had to tell all state police what we were doing today and why the table is unattended at the podcast. And I'll tell you, we get a lot of respect from the state police just for showing up.
Yeah.
So let's go.
And Christie.
Let's go get their respect.
Let's go. So, there you go. That was interesting.
Hey, buddy. I made it. I'm hungover. I got no weed. I'm New Jersey weedless today, weed man.
Yes. We're live on Facebook, live on the podcast.
Live on the Facebook, live on the podcast.
Well, yeah,
we're live in Trenton, coming right at you. Day after the full moon. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I got to testify even.
Yeah.
Hey-oh! Watch out, Lefty's filming out to the world.
Always. Hello, America.
Hello, world.
It's already done, my friend.
Get it all done.
Done.
All done.
Tony already talked. It's all done. We got new laws.
Yeah, new laws in place. New recommendations.
So we have a lot of recommendations. I'm pleased with it overall. You know, I mean, you want a clean sweep, but when you don't get it, a lot of the really large ones with large amounts of people going to be affected by it are going to be recommended. And then it's one more hurdle. That'd be Kathleen.
Well, it's the only ones that I heard him say no to were those kind of like asthma. Everybody's going to get asthma.
Tourette's, asthma, and
Tourette's didn't pass? I thought Tourette's did pass.
I thought it, you know, it did pass. Yeah, because, okay, then Jen Heffler might have that wrong in the paper because she's the one that was telling me that.
It was right as I walked in, so I
Yeah.
might have screwed that up. But I
What's the sound guy?
thought they did.
Sound guy's always right.
And he said it wasn't.
He said it wasn't? All right, so I was wrong.
The sound guy seemed definite. He answered quick.
They're always
If he
right.
wasn't definite, he's better at doing the job than we are because
Yeah.
he sounded good.
Yeah, right?
You know, I think maybe wishy-washy.
All right, I'm heading over. You coming over?
State House?
All right. So chronic fatigue, chronic pain, chronic fuckery, chronic shenanigans. It's all covered now.
Did they vote for chronic death?
Oh, chronic death. I should have mentioned chronic death.
Yes, I
Damn
remember
it.
we had chronic death on there for the last one.
I forgot. Yeah, chronic death is a popular one. Because we
Chronic
all,
deathing.
yeah, we all have that.
I have died. I died recently in South Carolina.
Big column.
But
You died in South Carolina.
I did. I died right in South Carolina.
Didn't the aliens get you?
Yeah, the aliens dropped me off in a field and then left me there alone, and then I died.
How'd it feel getting poked and prodded by aliens?
It was a great time.
I bet it was.
You had no idea about last night. Oh, my friend.
I bet.
Oh, I'm live.
You are? Yeah, we're live, actually. I forgot to tell you. You're live on the air.
Oh, full moon last night, brother. Scorpio full moon.
Oh,
Yep. Oh, yeah.
really?
Oh, yeah.
Where'd you go?
Oh, no comment. Not on the live. I can't talk like that. People be following me around and stuff.
Did you go see your little friend?
No comment. I gotta go find my car. I'll see you at the State House.
That's a smart guy. That Tony, he's a smart cookie. He don't talk about nothing. He don't kiss and tell. Might be a reason for that, though. Maybe he's not kissing. All right, so that was very interesting. I thought they were going to vote on, well, they did vote, but I thought it was definite, but no. What happens now is that the recommendations for these diseases and these conditions go forward to the Senate, and the Senate gets to vote on this. Somebody's yelling. I just heard somebody yelling really loud. What the fuck was that? What the hell was that, man? It was like, I don't know if you heard that, but yeah, it was pretty crazy. All right, well, this is Trenton, so you never know what you're going to see in Trenton or here. So we're leaving the War Memorial, and I'm going to the podcast. Where's Michelle? I think Michelle is coming. Yeah, okay. I got to pick her up. So this is the podcast. This is how it's going to start. Just like this. Oh, I guess you're going to watch us set up and everything. Fuck it. Where are you, Michelle? I don't see you. So this is the Sativa Cross podcast, live from my car. Live from my car. Come on in, Michelle. Let's go to the podcast. What'd you think about that meeting? I don't even know what the hell happened there.
It was alright. I could see them doing asthma, I guess.
I expected more.
No, but I mean, they say chronic fatigue. I can see them saying chronic fatigue too, because if you're tired all the time and you smoke weed, I guess you'll just be tired more. So why would you want to smoke weed? And asthma, I'm not sure exactly how it could help my asthma. But I'm not a doctor there. That one guy voted no to everything.
It does help asthma.
I mean, I don't know. I guess.
But it helps a lot of conditions. I
Yeah,
mean,
it does.
asthma's not like, I don't know.
I just think that they don't want you to smoke something, but you could also not smoke and take edible instead of smoking it.
Right.
So I mean, you don't have to smoke it all the time. It could just be edible or something like that instead of smoking it. So maybe that's why they're saying asthma now. That one doctor said no to everything.
Yeah, he was a real douche.
Yeah, he was.
No, nothing for you.
Well, it's funny because when he said no, Jim said it with the.
Nah.
Yeah, that's what it was. You kind of sound like him. You sound like you.
No, you must suffer and die.
Well, yeah, he'd be totally against it for everything, and that's a horrible thing that he can't open his mind and see that it really does help.
What a douche. Alright, this is our spot. Did we lose our parking spot?
Oh, of course you did.
Yes, we did. We got another one. Right there.
Oh, right there.
Maybe.
I gotta take it.
Oh,
Alright. Is that a spot?
is that William?
Is it? Where?
William, don't you take my spot. Christ, he's gonna take my spot.
Wait.
Oh, that's...
Someone got a go car.
Woohoo! Alright, where's my spot?
Right there.
Nope.
That spot's gone now.
Right here.
That's not a spot.
Oh yeah? You watch me get in there.
You're gonna bump.
Fuck yeah. You watch this. I drive in Bayonne here, hold on.
Yeah, it's the best spot you could get for over here.
This is it. Oh, I can't.
No, you
This is
can't.
gonna be tough, man.
Nothing up there?
Nope.
It's like, fuck you doing, man.
He's like,
You
ain't
can't
getting
get
in
in
there.
there.
Oh, I'm right in front of a state trooper too. I'm gonna bang a state trooper's truck. Great. I hope he's not in it. Is he in it?
I can't see. If he is, I could say don't go no more. That was very good. You see?
I
Your
got
man?
this.
I'm
Oh.
impressed. That's years and years of
Woo!
living in Bayonne that does to you.
Yeah.
Because there is no parking at all there.
All right. I guess we'll do Facebook Live as we're setting up. I'll just leave it up. Fuck it.
Well,
And
in
the
Paris.
podcast is going to keep going. I'm going to leave this up too. Somehow. Leave the podcast up going. All right. This should be interesting. Never done this before. I hope I have all my stuff. I hope I do. All right. So this is up setting up. This is the Sativa Cross podcast, setting up for the Sativa Cross podcast. We always do something new for you guys. And this is us doing our thing every day, every week in Trenton. And it's like 10:30. This is our normal time too. What did I do? What did I just do? Oh shit. There we go. Oops. Okay, here we are at our beautiful state house. We're over at the annex. because they're doing construction on the main building. So we are not allowed at the main building. We cannot see Christie walking to work anymore. No more interaction with the governor or the front of the State House, which kind of sucks. All right, so I will leave this set up here for you guys. All right, and you can see how we do this. Here, I'll put you in the corner. You can watch. You can watch the whole deal go down. What we do.
Morning, folks. How are we today? I don't know why you're not out here, because I am. You gotta come out with me and Arnold. I'm always late.
Yeah, you gotta look at it.
Every person race around, 1% of them is getting cute shots. But yeah, it's like a year process. That's all good.
At least this time we're somewhat good excuse for being late. We were early.
Are we late?
I don't know what time.
No, not for 11:11. I think it's
Really?
Yeah, 11:02 it is.
Go figure. We made it 10 o'clock.
Uh-oh.
Spoke. Stayed to
I
the
even
end.
made it in time to speak for a
Yeah,
second.
right. How cool is that?
He was like, does anybody want to speak before the end? I'm like, really? You're gonna let me talk?
I was thinking of saying something, but I didn't want to come across as, the one no vote shows there is a probate. I didn't want to be that, that's,
I was going to say something about
No,
that. He
that's-
said no on every vote I heard. I was going
but,
to say
but
something.
that's the high road. It speaks for itself. Let somebody else say it, and we don't become.
Yeah.
We don't become.
Because I totally was
MSNBC
gonna say
as
it.
opposed to
That was like totally on my mind, and
Well,
I was
that's
like, no,
why
I'm going to
I
be really
did-
quick.
I gave him that one. No,
Oh, yeah, you
at
said
the
no
same
when he said no.
time.
That was
Yeah.
awesome. That
And
was
then
awesome.
the next time, when everybody expected it again and wondered what would happen,
Just sat still. Yeah, that was good. That was good. That actually, your no very well made why I didn't say anything.
Question is, you might or might not know, do you know anything about another rally going on here today for people with developmental disabilities?
No, but there is something else going on. A rally or a meeting? Or
It's a rally.
Is it a rally, actually?
It's an actual rally, and we were told it would probably be either in front of the State House or in front of the annex.
Are you sure it's today?
Yeah, but nobody seems to know
Yeah,
about
because we have a permit for doing this
Okay.
today. As
Okay.
far as I know.
And they're not giving permits in front of the State House.
No.
Yeah, no, we never have a permit because most of us are state agencies. So.
Well, as far as
I just thought you guys might know because you're having a rally here. So.
If you want to have your rally here while we're
Well,
doing
this
it.
is statewide.
put the
We're
dome on
actually
this
looking
side.
for
Yes,
a
the
lot
grass.
of
Yeah,
people.
well, in other words, you can blend in with us as
Lunatic is
best
on the
as you're
grass.
able to and do your own
We
thing.
may
Well,
resort
that's
to
for
that.
You know.
A real grassroots coalition.
Yeah, and even doing that, you'd or I would have to add you to the thing, so there's a responsible party signed in.
Right,
you
okay.
know.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful day.
Okay, you
Good
too.
luck.
Thanks. The thing is, they couldn't find my permit.
For today.
Yeah. So they I think I don't know if they knew or they found part of it. So it's like, well, here, sign this, and we'll fax it and add it to that. So anyway, I do have
Like, yay? Left.
Yeah, I think right now it's upside down.
So the camera's gonna be out there. Is that right? The camera?
Yeah.
Cool.
he gave me 427. They could have. She said they don't get permits. They might have a
out to get mean, I'm a lean revolution machine. For what people stay, they sway. For today is good as any day. Y'all feel slightly this, let's resist. Raise your fist and pump like this. Promises over the top. Don't cross the line, and you know it's right. Who you wanna roll with? Let's go. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty. Let's go. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty. Let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty. Let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? Who you wanna roll with? Lefty. Let's roll. Who you wanna roll with? 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 Ha!
Wow. Live from Trenton, New Jersey. Cue theme music. No. Of course not. It never cues when I need it to. Of course. Why would it cue when I need it to cue?
Lighter side of Trenton.
But we are live from Trenton, New Jersey.
Lighter side of Trenton. Oh, okay.
And this is the Sativa Cross podcast. We are live with Tony, Michelle, and Scott is here with us.
Hey, hey. Hey, guys.
We just got back from the War Memorial. There it is. And Tony was there. Tony got to speak.
I was there. I spoke.
Jim spoke. I spoke.
I didn't.
Why not?
What'd you guys speak about?
I told them that I had chronic regional pain syndrome, that I was on 480 milligrams of oxycodone a day and Klonopin, which is a benzo, which is not a good mix, and that after a couple years on the cannabis program, I am pharmaceutical free.
Yeah, man. That's great. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Beautiful. Me too. I was on opiates for 10 years.
13 for me.
Yeah, one of our board members, Rob Cresson, on the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, he has CRPS as well. And Dr. Andrew Medvedovsky, who's a medical marijuana doctor.
Love that guy.
Yeah, great guy, neurologist. He was able to work with Rob to get him off all the opioids. I mean, he was on 3,800 milligrams of ibuprofen. He was on morphine, oxycodone. You name the pill, the opioid. He was on it for pain mitigation.
Generally, what we do with CRPS.
Yeah, absolutely. Every day is a very painful day. Every moment's a very painful moment. And Dr. Andrew Medvedovsky was able to work with Rob and get him off the opioids, and now he's on medical marijuana for 100% of his pain mitigation.
Same as me.
Yeah,
and
man.
that's the way it should be.
Right.
And I'm healthier, and I'm more active, and I came out and was able to get to Trenton today, and I live far away. So
Yeah, that's
far
great.
more active than I was on opiates.
Absolutely.
And Dr. Medved is a very good guy.
Yeah, he's a fantastic guy. I'll tell you, he's been an amazing contributor to our organization. So the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, so we're a trade organization, but we look at this from a medical cannabis perspective, an industry perspective, an adult use perspective. So we cover the gambit on trying to develop an industry infrastructure that would accommodate a broader medical cannabis market as well as a future adult use market. Dr. Andrew Medvedovsky has been an amazing contributor to providing the science behind the plant. So there's a lot of people who are interested from a business perspective, but to get that discussion going on the science is what's really important, because it's the science, it's the medical component is what makes this all possible. Without that, we're not doing any of this.
And it wasn't until I started understanding the science of the cannabinoids, like the smaller cannabinoids, like the CBG and the CBD and stuff. It wasn't until I understood that and started making my own medicine
that I actually started affecting the CRPS pain. Like my mood was better, my day-to-day life was better, but it wasn't ending the CRPS pain until I got to the fancier cannabinoids.
No, it's amazing because when you talk to people, they ask about that. Wow, geez, I don't know, man. You're going to smoke it, you're going to hurt your lungs, and you have to explain. Well, there's 1,000 different ways for you to ingest your medicine, and a big part of that, is the edibles, it's the oils, it's so many different ways, vaporizing, so many different ways to ingest it for pain, for relaxation, for whatever your purposes are.
I have this little vial of oil here, which I make, and it is like Bengay, except it's completely non-toxic and it has some cannabis in it, and it literally, like if you have a muscle spasm, you rub it on, it's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing medicine.
It's an amazing medicine, and it's very quick.
It is quick. It's very, very quick.
And when you watch people with seizure disorders, Parkinson's disease, and you see how fast and effective it is, when all these other drugs are destroying their livers, destroying their kidneys, like the stuff
not working as
effectively, not working as quickly, it makes absolutely no sense.
And it's costing all of us, all the taxpayers, everyone, a fortune. Like the government was spending like $5,000 a month on my opiates for years. And then I got on the cannabis program, and I pay for myself for my cannabis, which keeps me poor, but I feel a lot better, so I don't care.
Well, we'd like to see that change too.
In time.
The bottom line is it's medication. We'd like to see insurance carriers start to carry that as well.
And I would love that. I'd be happier if I could just grow my own, but if they would pay for it, at least I could stay healthy.
Right.
The problem in New Jersey right now is they'll pay for the opiates and they'll give me the opiates, but they won't pay or give me the cannabis. And they want everyone off of the opiates, but they won't allow us the access to the cannabis that we need to. Well, not for everybody. For people like me with CRPS, you need a lot of cannabis to be able to do it.
Fair enough. And part of the challenge is not only that. I mean, even a person walking down the street could get a prescription opioid within a matter of hours.
Absolutely.
From just walking into the doctor's office to when they can go to the local pharmacy to get their opioid. I mean, that's kind of scary. For medical cannabis, you were talking 4 to 6 weeks, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Just to get to the privilege to buy your medication.
The only taxed medication.
It took me a year.
It took me almost a year also.
Fair enough, too. Absolutely, there are challenges, but, sometimes it's a year, and sometimes, unfortunately, people have died in the process.
Waiting,
It's a rough year.
It's a rough year, absolutely.
Yeah, fortunately, it doesn't quite take that long anymore, but in the early days, it was a really long time. It was a project.
Yeah, that was my point, I think. Initially, it was extraordinarily hard. I think the people that are working the program are doing their best. They are working very hard. They're trying to make sure that they're meeting the needs of the patients. The problem is the infrastructure behind it, the law that's being, the regulations that are being implemented, the way that they're being implemented. We can do better, and we will do better. I think it's we got to get past the. We got to get past the current administration and get into the next administration, whomever that may be, and let's make sure that they're well aware of the benefits of cannabis. And so our job, your job, all of our job here is to help educate.
I just don't understand. We got Christie is on television. I see him on the YouTube commercials every day talking about opiate rehab and how New Jersey has an epidemic and et cetera, et cetera. And I'm standing right here in Trenton saying I got off of a half gram of oxy a day.
Yeah.
With cannabis.
Right.
That's the answer, Christie.
No, it's part of the challenge is people that are of the mindset that cannabis is the same as heroin because it's a Schedule I drug. They kind of miss the point on the science behind it and the history of how it even got to Schedule I. I mean, that's really where it comes down to. Why is it a Schedule I? Why is crack cocaine a Schedule II drug? Why is the federal government saying to the American people that crack cocaine is better for you than cannabis? I mean, that's kind of ridiculous. There's no science behind it. Cannabis is something where there is proven medical value, and these are the things we need to start to make sure that we educate people, that the current decision makers and future decision makers, to make them better understand that just because the federal government says so doesn't mean it's right.
The federal government needs to step up because eventually the American people are going to say, why is a non-toxic, most medicinal plant that we have ever found on Earth a Schedule I with no medicinal value?
Right.
It's unacceptable.
It is unacceptable. And again, a lot of it's going to come down to education. I have discussions on a regular basis, on a daily basis with people that have concerns. I mean, we're talking about expanding the medical cannabis law. We're talking about introducing a adult use bill. We're having these discussions with people, and people are concerned, and they're legitimately concerned, but based on their upbringing, based on the education that they received, our job, your job, all of our job is to make sure that we are re-educating them, reintroduce cannabis for what it is, not for what it's not.
You know, and I obviously, hey Scott,
Hey.
couldn't agree with you more about that. One thing I'm going to be known for this year, and I don't tell people how to describe things and what adjectives to use, but I'm not a recreational marijuana user. I use cannabis socially. I'm an adult. I drink socially occasionally. I use cannabis socially. As a matter of fact, let's compare the two. When I drink socially, I don't pass my beer around so you can have a sip, do I?
No.
No.
Not
As a
anymore.
matter of fact, don't you even come after my beer if I'm on my fourth or fifth one. But when people sit down and have cannabis, it is social. They share. That's as social as you can be. So I also don't smoke, among everything else, recreational weed. I know it's a weed. I call it pot usually because I'm a child of the late 60s and that was just what stuck. But when I advocate for medical cannabis. Sometimes I say marijuana because I want to make sure people understand it's the same thing.
Same thing.
And that we're not just trying to use fancy words. But when I say it, it seems to flow off my tongue so easily. I support legalizing social use of cannabis for adults in New Jersey. See, that has an appeal. There's not a red flag word. And the alcohol industry, they don't call it booze. What do they call it? Spirits, for crying out loud. What could be better than spirits? We have weed or spirits, you know? So we're not real good at this.
We need to come up with a name like that for cannabis.
And they are. And it's hard to change a mindset, but I actually didn't say cannabis mostly till last year. And then, you know, when I became aware that it was basically a racist term describing Mexicans in a derogatory manner so people would be afraid, and then later people of color, it was like, you know, it was always... So, anyway, when we're educating people, and I notice, the reason I notice is because you didn't say recreational use, it's just the word use sounded even better.
Yeah.
Using, you know, not using, because see, that's a red flag too.
It is.
He's a user.
Yeah.
He uses. Do you use? You
Right.
know. So it's certainly, and I think that I'm trying to set the example and see if people follow it. And you know, I feel uncomfortable about that though, because I don't like, you know, like I would say when I go advocate. Like today, I was going to be public for CMM&J, so I wore this shirt. You know, you balanced me out as soon as you walked in, though, man. You average that right out, you know. I mean, from the waist up, it looks like I made an effort, you know. Like Leo, man, you're dressed for a meeting right now.
Yeah, but he showed up late.
Yeah. You know.
I missed it.
at 11.
You know, and Philippe, you're dressed sharp. You got your leather on, but you dressed.
No, not me.
No, you don't lift it. You brought the average
They
down.
knew I
You're
was
good.
there for medical cannabis.
I
when
made it
came
on
in.
time.
I'm only kidding you, but I'm just saying today it was fairly irrelevant. But for me, if I'm going to quote and CMMJ, I just show up like this. You know? So that's good to see you again. I'm glad you happened to be able to come by while we're up and running.
Yeah, you know, I keep missing you guys.
Yeah,
you
by
know,
a
on
little bit.
Thursdays. Yeah, I keep missing you by a little bit.
Last
time,
right.
just missed you. But
Yeah.
no, what you guys do on every time you're out here and you're educating people and you're putting out your podcast, and you know, it's extraordinarily important, and it's a one-by-one basis. You know, when I talk to, you know, when you talk to elected officials about what cannabis is, what cannabis is not. They almost always have some reference to, oh, you know, I have a friend of mine whose child or son or mother or father has this issue, and medical cannabis or medical marijuana was a really important part of their health and their healing. Or in the latter stages of their life, it made their mother, their father, or somebody very important to them, very dear to them, get through those last couple of stages in a more peaceful and less painful manner, and more lucid too. Like those opioids knock you out.
That's a big point.
I was
Really big
incoherent
point.
for like 3 years.
Yeah.
And now I can come up here and have an intelligent conversation.
It's the quality of life and being able to
Functional, yeah.
relate to your family, especially at the end of life situations when it should be most important.
What matters most.
Yeah.
And I think as we start to get behind the science of it is where people start to get more comfortable with it, and the concerns and the issues that, you know, were initially talked about. Oh my goodness! If we legalize it for medical purposes, or we legalize it for social purposes, that we're going to have. I'm going to use
That
that word.
sounded so much better.
Yeah, I like that.
It really did.
That's good. We'll be using that for now.
Yeah.
But when you get to the point where once you understand the science and you get into, this is a benefit for these medical issues, then you get into the responsible adult discussion. Well, why shouldn't a responsible adult be able to use something that's safer than alcohol?
Yeah, I had this conversation with former Congressman Bob Barr when he was still in office.
Right.
The
Wow,
man he single-handedly kept the D.C. from having medical marijuana in his position, and all. But the conversation I had the day before that, when he stood with Cheryl and me and listened what I had to say, I said, you keep saying the next thing you know, the next thing you know. It's not true the next thing you know it's going to be legal. It would have to, and I described the process it would have to go through that he all knows. And I said, and that's not going to happen. He said, well, when I was talking in terms of the evolutionary term of the law, the next thing you know, it could be 20 years. I said, well, then you're being disingenuous because you know that people think the next thing you know. And then I explained to him that I believed he's right. I did believe that medical use of marijuana will lead to what I call recreational use legalization, only because we're going to have people who can speak up and be seen. And when we see that it's not harming Cheryl in the way you said, and when we see that indeed by looking at patients and finding out what the lies are, that is what's going to lead.
I think you're right, but I will tell you that 8, 9, 10 years ago, when I was in office as well, when we were voting on the medical marijuana laws at the time, that was not clear. I got to tell you that it's that a couple of states have taken that leap.
Yeah.
That has made it clear.
Oh yeah, it is. Now it is clear. I agree.
So they did say, and I've heard, and particularly during the debates in 2009, that this was just going to be an entree.
You're not trying to explain a vote you had.
Oh no, I explained that.
I want to make sure you're not.
He's checking on him. I talk about
Hey,
my vote all the time. Trust me.
You got to give it to him. At least he admits to it.
He's open about it. You are somebody I point to all the time that Republicans do not have to be against this by virtue of their party affiliation.
Yep.
That when Republicans learn the science
right.
is gonna, and then I get to point to you and others as having been part of an evolutionary process. And you're right, I understand what you say, because it was so much harder for me to advocate then. I didn't have states and stuff to point to either.
Right.
Yeah.
And here's what happened then. I'll explain it because I explain it a lot.
I'm messing with you.
I
You know that,
explained it on
right?
this show.
You're
Well, I think I
smiling.
was in 9. I did abstain on the bill. I didn't vote no. I didn't vote yes. And the reason I abstained is because you didn't realize all the different applications for medical marijuana. At the time, we were talking about chemotherapy patients. That was like one of those things. Like, yeah, I really, I empathize and sympathize, and it was meaningful to you. On the one hand, the other hand, geez, I don't know. I mean, the crime that may come with this, and all the other bad things that may happen with this, and it could be an entree into adult use, recreational use, or whatever you want to call it. So at the time, you're like, oh, geez, I'm not as comfortable. And I think there was 18 abstentions in the assembly that year.
I remember that.
Because of the uncertainty of what it was going to turn out to be. It wasn't until I met Megan Wilson that everything changed. And when you're talking about a mother of a child who's having 100 to 200 to 300 seizures per day, that changed my world. And so in 2013, when we had the new bill, I voted 100% yes. And it was because of that personal interaction. It wasn't just one or two conditions that would benefit from it. It's this poor child suffering 100 to 200 seizures per day.
That changed a lot of people's minds. It really did.
It was extraordinarily impactful.
It was, when I met Megan and Brian and little Vivian, I was already committed, but I was getting tired. I've been doing this a long time. And quite frankly, there's two things that kept me in the game past now. And Lefty will tell you, after a first year of podcast, that was it. I wasn't going to come back. I mean, I was done. I'm tired. But it was the children's issues and the veterans issues that I could not leave, because I felt I could actually play a part still. I mean, if I could step back and it would happen without me and I knew it, I wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, 100%.
But actually, I'm feeling different now. I feel this is my last year going to be doing this, and I will show up at people's events.
Right.
But I think we are there, and you've just described how it happens, and I would also point to Senator Diane Allen as having cast all negative votes on in her Senate Health Committee as a committee member. and until one point, it might have been, and she got throat cancer, and perhaps she met people with cancer and talked to them and realized for whatever reason she followed that same path and became a very not just voting yes, but a good advocate.
She got educated.
Yeah.
It like
so you're right. It
Yeah.
was I'd say our inability to educate, but not because we weren't trying. Because there's no tests to back it up, no scientific studies,
Well, that's the
and then
thing.
we're like fighting with National Institute on Drug Abuse, or
Yeah.
and
Right.
we're off topic then.
You're off topic,
You
and
know.
there's a stereotype too that has to be overcome, right? And the people that ingest cannabis or marijuana, whatever you want to call it, they have a stigma attached to them, and it's slowly changing where we're learning about teachers and doctors and attorneys and other professionals and their plumbers and our electricians and the people that take care of our homes and take
It's
care of our
overwhelming.
bodies.
It's overwhelming.
All these people
And-
have made a choice to use something other than a more dangerous substance, which is alcohol. Every day, 6 people a day die of alcohol poisoning. 90 people a day die from opioid overdose. All these things happen, and I know we all know this, but just to say it, because everybody's listening already knows this, no one has ever died from a cannabis overdose,
For an
ever.
overdose, right.
And the DEA's own website says that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
It's not even a secret. It's out there. And
So
people
how is
know.
it still a Schedule One drug?
Oh, yeah, it's not
'Cause
dangerous.
This is where we go into the whole thing. Remember I talked about oxymoronic politics? You know, like you have cannabis listed as a Schedule One drug, which is right there with crack and heroin, and yet if it's a Schedule One drug, that means a Schedule One drug has 0 medicinal value. Yet we have a New Jersey state medical marijuana
We
program.
have a New Jersey state scheduling of Schedule 1 as well.
I-
at the state
how
level.
does that work in both? We have Schedule 1 and medical
Go to
cannabis.
Consumer Affairs, ask them. That's the division.
Yeah,
that
I believe
has
me and
that.
Ken Wolski went to they first.
What do you think of this? That was it. The FBI, I think, was having. They hire hackers to hack for them, but they were all testing positive for cannabis.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
So
Obama
they
talked
were
about
now
that.
they
Like, you
had
can't
to
hire 'em
change
because-
the rules
Right.
Yeah.
of their
And-
hiring.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, if we got to change rules so that cannabis smokers, who are also the best hackers that can help our national security, then that's when it should change
There's a
too.
lot of
Our national
contradiction.
security
Yeah.
should not hinge on archaic laws.
You start to
like
see that too. So in a prior life, I also worked in the defense as a defense contractor. Worked for the largest defense contractor in the world. So I had security clearances, drug testing, and all those types of things. And you saw over the period of time that I was there how they shifted a little bit, where people that previously, if you put down in your security clearance that you use cannabis or marijuana, whatever you want to call it, they didn't get their clearance. But nowadays, to your point, man, you're going to have very talented engineers, very talented people that are out there that in college or high school or even currently are choosing to use cannabis, and
Right.
they're very talented and very capable people. Why would you not have them working?
And as just a general citizen, if Walmart wants to lower their bottom line by firing cannabis users, that's their prerogative. But if somebody wants to
Stay house here. Let's piss test everybody.
Right.
Let's see who these. Let's see. You know what? Let's go piss test the staff of the White House. Let's see all these evil, bad people, because I can pretty much guarantee you somebody in there, a few people in there.
Just about everywhere you go, half the people are using cannabis. Come
and
on.
so the thing is that we have to get past the whole thing with it being taboo, because when you say cannabis or marijuana, the first thing that pops in people's heads is the image Cheech and Chong, smoking
Lazy
it.
stoner.
Yeah, yes, that's what they think.
any newspaper picture of any marijuana
Yeah,
rally,
tell
the
ya,
head picture is going to be
I
me.
hate that. I'll tell you.
Right?
I had
Or somebody screaming with their mouth wide.
Yeah.
There's a fantastic article that was talking about the science behind it and how it's going to improve memory and all these other things. And it was a great article. The substance of the article was fan-freaking-tastic, except they had this young kid smoking a joint out of an apple as the graphic. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, how are you going to get past this into the substance of that article and the history and the science behind it? When you got a little kid, not a little kid, it was a grown man, but it was like.
But still, it's just the principle of the whole
Well,
thing.
remember I won't mention names, anything, but back when we were having a celebratory something passed a long time ago, maybe the first dispensary is open, something, and we were out in front, and oh yeah, somebody brought out his 3-foot bong and went and posed for a picture with the State House. And I'm like, please don't use that picture in the article. And that was the picture.
And that was the picture they used. Yeah.
Hey, but look,
Yeah, it wasn't Lefty.
It wasn't Lefty?
No.
Yeah, that sounded like a
it was
Lefty
nobody.
move.
It was nobody here, or we have seen in the last couple of years. So.
There's a lot of other movements throughout history in the modern era that where it was people on the more radical side of the issue that really brought it to our attention. Right, and so they're the trailblazers, and so you got to give a lot of credit for people who just want to be out there and show and be,
right.
You know. So all that is absolutely true, and we're trying to adjust a little bit to make it more of a mainstream, but we can't forget how we got here in the first place, and it was more people on that protest mode.
When they had to do that, I walked across the state in '93, pushing that wheelchair to sign medical marijuana for multiple sclerosis because the issue was not being covered, and when I called up all the members of the media I could call and say my wife MS and she is willing to. She had a globe, a little vaporizer, a little pedestal, heated it up, a very early model. And I said she's willing to break the law for your photographers or anybody that wants, and we'll be very. And nobody showed up, and I thought, how can this not be a story? So I had to do that to make it a story.
Right.
But I also had to realize when things like that were not necessary, and then when I had to become more of an advocate lobbyist than a demonstrator activist.
And it's a clear.
I had to shift back to that.
It's an important distinction because, to get to more. Look, there's 120 legislators that need to better understand what cannabis is, and you have to have the wherewithal to understand. Not everything is a protest. Sometimes it's a conversation.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just a discussion with facts.
Hear that, Lefty?
No.
Yeah, Lefty. I'm looking at you, man. So that's really how you cross the line to where the goal line to get to where we want to be is to have those fact-based discussions.
Yeah.
What are your concerns? Share with me your concerns. I understand that. Well, here are the facts that alleviate those concerns. Teenage use in Colorado has gone down just a little bit. It didn't go up. Washington's flatline as far as teenage use.
That's a very important statistic.
Right, yeah. Opioid overdoses are down 25% in
You
states.
will hear marijuana use has gone up in Colorado. Adult use has gone up then apparently because it isn't underage use.
Yeah, adult. Of course, if
the
we
access is
legalize
there.
Well, if we legalize gambling in Utah, guess what? Gambling's going to
gonna
go
go
up
up,
in
yeah.
Utah, right? So that's not a surprise to anybody.
Right.
So
But the teenage use remaining the same or
It's
having
critical.
a tick down is critical because
critical.
when people are going to say, well, it's been shown that the usage goes up, the response is not amongst teenagers and below and adolescents.
And it's
it
because it's
shows
being
that
normalized.
Well, it's not counterculture. Yeah, it's no
regulation can work like that. Alcohol. The story used to be that got me was at a event in Boston maybe 10 years ago. I'm reading about it in the paper, and I've been to since. On the common there, a couple of 16-year-olds were talked about smoking a joint, and were frank with a reporter. They're 16, and it's like, how did you get that? You know how they got it? No, they couldn't buy beer because it's regulated. So what they did is they would trade marijuana that they could easily get. They would trade that for beer, was their story. It wasn't just that we can get this anywhere. Matter of fact, we trade it for beer when we're here. So I thought they're trading the unregulated for the regulated, and now it's been showing that when it's regulated, it doesn't go up. I think the regulation actually makes people less likely to want to break a law.
It's less cool for sure, right? So but the other thing too is if they do get access to it in a regulated market, we know what they're getting, right? And that's really important. We know that not some absurd pesticide from the local hardware store was sprayed all over the plants.
Yeah.
Right.
Or angel dust,
Or
or
angel
some
dust,
crazy
not
stuff.
laced with something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know,
Absolutely.
even when
Very
people were
harmful.
the next thing you know, it's going to be legal for everybody. And I'm like, well, if it is going to be legal for everybody, the people that are going to not like that even more than you is people that are making their money illegally off it,
Absolutely.
or what you would say, drug cartels, organized crime, gangs. You know, all the
Well,
people
you have to understand that
they do not want legalization.
Well,
Because they're making billions of dollars.
Well, here's the thing. There's an educational aspect to this, to all of this, which is why you hear people use outdated verbiage when they're talking when talking about cannabis. Unfortunately for us, a lot of these people who are uneducated, who are not as educated in this, are the same people who are making the rules. And so there's this. It's like building a bridge without bridge engineers. You're not talking to us. You're not. You're not getting caught up on the verbiage, which is why folks are comfortable saying the things that you hear, like the governor say. And the thing is what bothers me, particularly when it comes to the things that the governor said last week, is that Governor Christie said, if you're going to legalize marijuana, you might as well legalize heroin. Well, the thing with that is that if you have heroin,
Calling Ken Wolski. Ken Wolski. Is Ken Wolski in the house? Calling Ken Wolski. Is Ken Wolski in the house?
so the thing about the thing with having Governor Christie say the things that he said, it's embarrassing because we have a New Jersey medical marijuana review board. So he's not as educated as he should be because he's the governor of a state with a medical marijuana program, yet saying ignorant things.
Here's the man been trying to educate the governor, everybody, for years. Ken Wolski,
Ken
CEO,
Wolski.
heart and soul of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana.
Oh, I don't know about that, but anyway, I spent the morning up at Trinitas Hospital talking to about 30, 35 doctors about
Which hospital?
medical marijuana grand rounds.
Go Ken.
Trinitas Hospital in Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Awesome.
So that it was very
You
well
were
received.
busy, and I knew it was a good reason.
I didn't want to talk too much about it before it happened. I wanted to make sure that it was going to happen and be a successful.
And how many doctors
event.
approximately?
About 35, I think,
That's
were there.
not a small number.
It was very, very well attended and very well received. I did ask the doctors how many had education about the endocannabinoid system, and not a single one raised their hand.
Oh, wow.
Good question,
Yeah.
Ken.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good point. Good
Wow.
question.
And it's not talked about in medical school either.
Very few
Not
medical
yet.
schools even.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. We're getting there, though.
So.
Yeah.
It-
Well, I
it's
think it's
part of
because
the process.
If
the
you're-
thing you treat it with is still illegal.
Well, that's true, but we're getting a lot of science coming out of Israel and some other areas
Yeah.
that are really fascinating. That really talk about it, and doctors are educating themselves. There are seminars that are out there that are talking about it, but it's not something you're learning in medical school.
Right.
At least not yet.
Right, and unfortunately, the Pennsylvania Medical Society testified during their opposition to the bill in Pennsylvania that not a single medical society in the entire country supports medical marijuana, despite the fact that now 29 states have medical marijuana. But that has changed. California's medical society has endorsed it.
They don't count.
And Rhode Island has endorsed it, and I think one other one. So there's only 47 that have not yet endorsed medical marijuana.
It's a slow process, but people are getting there. And I just wrote an op-ed piece, and I titled it, and it's not an original phrase per se, but calling it the opioid addiction industrial complex. And there's so many people that are invested in the current system. A lot of them are well-meaning people too, by the way. This is not something that sounds as awful as it is. It's just, when you look at the fact that the pharmaceutical industry makes $24 billion a year just on opioids, not all the other medicines, $24 billion off of opioids. You look at extraordinarily well-meaning and wonderful people that work at all these addiction centers.
Right.
That's a $35 billion market.
It's going to be bigger now that we're sending them there on 28-day stays paid for with insurance.
Right.
Will that not even make that number greater?
Absolutely.
Would you think?
And you look at the prison systems that are $74 billion industry, and then
That's a big number.
And then the heroin cartel. So not all the other stuff that cartels deal with, but the heroin side of it is a $50 billion market. If you look at the child and the people that are involved with opioids, there's not a lot of motivation from any industry that I just mentioned to change the way we do our practice. We're not changing how that salesman goes into the doctor's office. We're treating symptoms by providing the medicine from the pharmaceutical company, and we're treating symptoms on how we're going to deal with them when they do get addicted, and we have a process for them to go to jail, and there's always this guy on the corner with smack.
What's the fix?
The fix is introducing alternative medication like marijuana, like cannabis. Having that as an alternative. Yeah, if I break my back, medical cannabis is not the first choice. You do want something that's extraordinarily powerful, but for a short period of time. Is that 5 days, 10 days, whatever that is, and then you segue into cannabis and you avoid
that's
addiction
the law
that way.
now, too. Yeah.
Well, that's the law, but cannabis is not necessarily a big part of that yet.
It's not always. It won't be part soon enough either. It should be, in my mind, it should be as simple as if Dr. Cannon is prescribing an opiate, 5 days later, they got to have another visit in New Jersey. But at that point, if they're going to say, well, it does warrant more, at some point they have to say, or I can also recommend that you have cannabis and you can get a small amount of dispensary
right now.
Right now.
That's
then
the key part.
That would be now to change the mindset that you talk about. It's why I wondered what your take might be on it. Is how do we get that translated to people who make their living off of representing pharmaceutical companies? How do we, or is that a natural progression?
It's a natural progression. Industries come and go, right? Different industry models come and go. Having that aggressive sales rep that takes a bunch of doctors to Hawaii to do a seminar or something like that.
Ken could include that when he does talks.
Those are the types of things that perpetuate the problem and that feed the beast, the $24 billion a year opioid beast that we have to change. It's the methodology and alternatives such as cannabis.
So what was it, Mark Twain? Something like, it's hard to get somebody to understand something when his income depends on him not understanding it.
Yeah.
So
he probably said it funnier than that.
But
it's follow the money. That's where that phrase comes from.
It's follow the money.
And like you said, but many are very well-meaning people too.
All of them are.
Especially the people in substance abuse industry. I mean, they see the worst
100%.
cases, and many of them were involved in addiction problems.
But it's not necessarily their job is to treat the patient, and they do that. But the CEOs, the companies, the owners of those treatment centers, they don't have a motivating bottom line factor to change the dynamic which is on how opioids are even received, right? Yep. So when you look at how the gateway drug to heroin is through the legal pharmaceutical opioid, when you see how easy it is to get either as an individual, like I said, I can get it within an hour. I go and fake pain to a doctor to get opioids within an hour. But if I have real issues or real concerns, it'll be 4, 6, 7, 8 weeks before I can get my medical cannabis. That's a problem.
That is a problem.
So big part of what we're doing, and we've talked about this, and you guys have been doing it for the longest time, is making sure that whoever gets elected to be our next governor, that they understand that they have a law currently in place. That first day that they're in office, they can manage this law that's already in existence and rapidly expand it. While we're having discussions on the adult use side, they can also do an expansion on the medical side. They can do that immediately if they so choose.
And that day's coming in 249 days, by the way.
249?
249 days, new governor.
All right.
Okay. I have
is
it.
that on your prison cell wall?
I have it on a sign. I didn't change it. Other if I put it up, it would be 257 days because we had a Wednesday podcast. And I know I was right last Wednesday, so I'm just extrapolating.
And individuals can support your organization, Scott, the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, by going to your website and signing up as either an individual supporter or some other level of support.
And as you know, Ken, that's a big part of our entire operation is our grassroots members. Just like the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey. All depends on the grassroots. Yeah, Leo, my man here, he just joined. Thank you, Leo. So, for
very proud.
You go to. I'll just do a little commercial here. Plug. But if you go to NewJerseyCannabisBusiness.com, and you'll find where you can log in a membership, and there's a $42 membership for our grassroots members, and it's the grassroots that are the heart and soul of any movement. Yeah. And so while we have a business model. It's the grassroots are going to get the job done.
I agree.
Yeah,
no disagreement at this
absolutely. We like to say that we're an all-volunteer organization, and we would be nothing without our volunteers. So,
knows. That's the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey.
Okay, guys.
Scott, thanks for coming
It
by.
was really
man.
great.
Finally, we've been missing him by little bits each time, you know.
Well, I'm excited to be here, and I'm looking forward to talking to you guys again.
Anytime you want to come back and feel you got something to say, you got a seat here, Scott.
Man, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And I'm going to head out with him. I thought it was at 11.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that the meeting of the Health Department Medicinal Marijuana Review Panel today. I understand that it went well. Because I was up in Elizabeth giving a talk to the doctors at Trinitas, I rushed back. It's, hopefully...
It was quick.
It was quick. How about that?
At 5 minutes till 10, it didn't look like it was going to start. Then they all filed in like Supreme Court justices or something, they 2 or 3. And I was surprised. They got the meeting going, and then Dr. Becker, chairing the meeting, said, okay, the first person signed up to speak, and he mentioned somebody, and I knew I was the second one. I mean, where you sign up, if I'm going to sign up in case I want to. So all of a sudden I had to, there was nothing to speak about before. I was thinking I would react to something more.
Mm-hmm.
So I just pretty well expressed that, that they should by now be well aware that cannabis acts in synergy with opioids and lowers the need for an amount of opioid for adequate pain relief. And that if they know that, they're not being vocal enough about it, that if they simply said that and that were in the public domain, it would go a long way. So if you know it, I know it's not saying it is part of the problem. It needs to be a respectable group, which they are, as respectable as you can get by their individual resumes. I mean, my God, they're fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So, I want to make sure that remains in everybody's consciousness that when the governor says, what are you, crazy? You're going to be legalizing marijuana. Right. We already have an opioid crisis. The last thing we want is legalizing marijuana. No, the first thing you want is legalizing marijuana.
Right. One of the physicians at Trinitas was in the question and answer period following my lecture, asked about marijuana, its use for opiate addiction. And I mentioned the petition that we had submitted to the Medicinal Marijuana Review Panel, and I had hoped that it was going to be looked upon favorably by the panel and subsequently by the Commissioner of the Department of Health. And apparently it was looked upon favorably. Right, Jim?
Yeah, I believe it. It was very hard at some points to understand Dr. Becker, and other people that spoke really weren't in the microphone so much. And as quick as I could write it down, they were going on to something else. I actually had an easier time hearing what was not voted on favorably. They went in the beginning, they mentioned all the petitions and by their number, and they were breaking it into 7 categories. So they didn't have to, that's a good way to do it. Then they went through those categories really quick. When I was asked right away by somebody, what about Tourette's? I thought it was yes. Jan Heffler said she thought it was no. But then she went up and did the interviews, so she would have had that straightened out.
Okay,
and
so we don't know for certain then about Tourette's. What I heard from the grapevine was that only chronic fatigue syndrome and asthma were the only ones that were turned down initially by the panel. So that Tourette's and all the others were approved.
I wasn't sure about anxiety.
Oh, really?
I didn't hear that. So, I
they're
probably am not the guy you want to make sure goes to a meeting anymore. I know I've lost status as the guy showing up and getting it all straight, but anybody that knows me would have laughed at the suggestion that I tried. I brought a pen, I brought paper.
You brought a pen?
Yeah, I brought a pen and paper,
I'm
and I made
impressed,
notes.
Jim.
Ask me where they are, and I'm going to say I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know how they divided it into 7 categories because 40 of the 45 petitions by my count had to do with pain.
Yeah, and that would be under chronic pain. I was wondering why
there were 6 for migraine headaches, 6 for the one that I did, osteoarthritis, several for chronic pain. In
osteoarthritis would be good. That would be something that was pain for osteo. arthritis had been approved. I mean, that was
but
that was mentioned and then lumped in when we talked about chronic
Yeah.
pain. Why did they then say chronic pain for irritable bowel syndrome and chronic pain from musculoskeletal issues? If it's chronic pain, it would just be chronic pain.
Right.
So I think they just were being more specific than they needed to be when they mentioned those. When asked how I felt about it, I had to be honest that I was pretty pleased.
Yeah, good.
That just pragmatically understanding the large number of people this will encompass potentially.
Right.
And that much like, I guess the best analogy is that if you were a president and you wanted to pass an immigration policy that got struck down in court, you tweak it and send it back. If it gets struck down, you tweak it and you send it back. That's what should be done with the indications that were not approved. There's no reason they can't be submitted in the next round and really worked on. And I would like to see if we could find out why the things that were not recommended or were voted against being recommended. Like to know why, because it might be the submission was incomplete, or
no, the submissions were all complete. They would not have accepted these for review if the submissions were not complete.
So would it be then that it's just they don't think the science was held up?
Well, I don't know why they did that. You'd have to jump into their mind. I understand.
No,
One of the physicians did.
They should explain.
One of the physicians didn't approve anything. Is what I heard.
Yeah, he said he said no for everything, and then about the fifth time, I was thinking he's just going to say no for. He's a prohibitionist. So and. I thought it was pretty quiet because I did not have a microphone in front of me. But you know how quiet those rooms can be. On one, I timed it perfect. Then when he said no, I said no at the same exact moment. And everybody looked up at me. They knew who it was. They heard me. And it was very quiet.
Now my question, Jim, is now my understanding of the process. Okay, so these are the initial recommendations from the Medicinal Marijuana Review Panel made today.
Yes.
Now, they're supposed to start a 60-day public comment period, after which, during which there's going to be another public hearing. After which, now hopefully this would be the public hearing in the 60-day public comment period. We don't know. Anyway, so we don't know when the public comment period is going to start if it hasn't started already. And then after that, there will be the final recommendations from the panel. And then after that, the commissioner of the Department of Health gets 6 months to decide what, if any, petitions will be added to the list.
So what you're
qualifying
saying
conditions.
is this could really drag on for another a year or so.
Well, at least 6 or 8 months, yes.
Yeah.
Apparently 8 to 8 months, yes, seems like a reasonable time span. But now the commissioner has the final say. So we know quite well that the commissioner could veto the recommendations of the Medicinal Marijuana Review Panel. Could the commissioner also approve a condition that was not approved by the...
That's a good question.
Not approved by the panel.
Yeah.
Now that would have been a question that I'm curious about. And,
I hadn't really thought of that. Unlikely as it might be, unlikely does happen with what we're doing these days. So it would be something that would be interesting to have an indication on. I would like to wonder, I would believe Kathleen Bennett, the Commissioner of Health, already knows. I mean, it's I cannot imagine that she is not already involved at some point where she knows what's going on and has her mind made up. I can't picture that she's going to take 6 months and get to work and start looking it out, and her aides are going to come back with answers to her it's just going to be, and I would say for common decency to the people this affects, if you know what you're going to say it immediately. Don't wait 6 months because if you wait 6 months and it's affirmative, at least you got that. Governor Christie waited 137 days to okay post-traumatic stress, I believe it was. That shouldn't happen. It should be quicker whether it's a yes or a no.
That's an important point.
I would think a yes vote would happen quick. A delay at the commissioner's level is going to indicate trouble for the commissioner because.
Well, I think it's going to indicate that how serious are they about following through with this? Are they just following the letter of the law and not the intent of the law, or is there some real effort to expand the medicinal marijuana program? I mean, we have 11,000 people who have medical marijuana ID cards according to the Department of Health, and we have a state with 9 million people, and so this is the best they could do in 7 years since the bill passed into law.
That's a lot of years. That's longer than it took to get passed.
It's the program is just a shell of its what it could be.
And how long it took? It was originally announced in the summer of 2004, but it was posted in 2005. So the fact that this started a dozen years ago, and this is as far as we've gotten overall, it gets a bad grade.
Right.
I'm just hoping that change becomes easier in 249 days for most anything we want to do.
Right.
And we will be counting that down as the weeks go by.
Well, I'd like to see change happening sooner than that. I'd like to see this process work out and actually be a meaningful process for the many patients who are anxiously awaiting access to the medicinal marijuana program, which is a very good program. The marijuana available in this is very good marijuana, and more patients should be able to avail themselves of this program.
And when they can, there's a collateral damage going on by the delay, especially if you talk about the overdose death rate, and the stated figure in New Jersey is 500 plus deaths, and then if you go by American Medical Association statistics, we could get 125 a year off of that roll eventually. So, Ken, that means that in any given year we could save 125 lives by having cannabis used as in conjunction with opiates. So to delay for 6 months means as many as 60 overdose deaths could have been prevented. Smiling for a camera. What do we got to smile about?
Yeah, so many deaths could have been prevented, and so much suffering could be prevented too,
and can be now, so that if Kathleen Bennett could do something if she could do something in 1 week and took 6 months, that could be responsible for 60 overdose deaths that could have been prevented. And I want that stigma to be attached to it. I want to be able to point a finger and say, you were culpable in people's death and misery. It's they got to be willing to step up and pay the price for their delays too, especially when it's in human terms that people can understand.
Well, and here we have the governor so involved in the opiate crisis, and rightfully so. And
exactly.
It's a wonderful thing he's doing, except that he's just not recognizing one of the most important things that he could do immediately, and that is to allow marijuana therapy. Marijuana, this is a question that came up at the doctors conference today, and I explained how marijuana has a synergistic effect with the opiates and other analgesics, so that patients require fewer analgesics when they use them in conjunction with marijuana.
I testified to that fact today as well.
Not only that, but marijuana eases the withdrawal symptoms from the opiates, and it makes it so much easier to get off of opiates when people are addicted to them. That to deprive these patients of this access to this very therapeutic substance is really just cruel. It's counterproductive to the opiate crisis, Governor Christie.
It is counterproductive.
And I'm talking to you, Governor Christie. So
you talking to him? You talking to him?
That's right.
Ken, it's the same point that I was making. Actually, I was making that point at about 6 minutes after 10 o'clock, and maybe you were making the same point at the exact same time. That would be pretty cool. To me, the governor's plan in Reach New Jersey is primarily about dealing with people who are currently addicted and how to help them. That's the obvious place to start. The only way they're addressing keeping people from becoming addicted is with the tough law that was just passed, toughest one when prescribing opioids.
Oh, yeah, right.
And that I made the point today that for many people that's going to drive them to the black market actually earlier.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim.
And that by doing that, that if they could have cannabis, they would be able to lower the need. And when I explained to them synergy like I would to somebody in maybe 5th grade or something like that, which is fun when you're talking down to doctors. But I said quite simply, and we'll run it out quick again, if you needed 10 units of an opiate for adequate pain relief without cannabis, and if you needed 10 units of cannabis for adequate pain relief without opiates, you would need, and I hold up 5 fingers on each hand and change them to 2 units of each. You would think it might be 5 when you combine, but Synergy states that it would be about 2, and that we hear literally hundreds and hundreds of testimonials about the lowering of people's use of opiates when they added cannabis, that many people still mistakenly believe it's either or, and it's not. It's the addition of. And if we don't do that, we're not going to be lessening the need for Reach New Jersey to get people into rehabs that want to go. We could affect the number of people that get addicted. There would not be a need for as many people to have rehabs that basically, let's put it in pragmatic terms, that when people don't become addicted, it's not going to cost $30,000 for their insurance company. And by the way, I did some checking because this was never scored. Office of Legislative Services hadn't weighed in on this before the vote, and I put it up on Facebook. That's why I use Facebook, and it was fairly consistent that for a 28-day stay, it's going to be somewhere between $18,000 and $30,000. The average, when people use numbers of that they've experienced, it's a large number. It's close to $1,000 per day for each of those 28 days. And that's no guarantee that it's going to work, and the recidivism rate is hard to identify as well. Oddly enough, you can't ask a rehab, what's your success rate? They can't tell you.
Right.
They can't or they won't.
Yeah, it's
I'd like to know.
Treatment failure is built into it. It's just part of the addiction process, part of the problem. And it's curious about the 28 days. Back when I worked at Carrier Foundation, Carrier Clinic, patients would come in for 28-day cures, and we said, well, why 28-day cures? Well, that's how long that's how long that the insurance company would pay for them. So that's where the 28 days come in.
I'm sorry for laughing.
We're going to make you sane in 28 days, or we're going to cure your addiction in 28 days.
4 weeks.
It doesn't work.
Cycle of the moon.
Doesn't work that way.
Yeah, we can cure you from one full moon to the next.
Yeah.
One new moon to the next.
And also for the governor too. For him to be saying that
Governor, this is for you.
That marijuana is a gateway drug. It's just completely wrong. I mean, even the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, does not believe that marijuana is a gateway drug. They've documented that quite thoroughly in their 2016 rejection of marijuana rescheduling. They said that they looked at various studies, and they said that no, marijuana is not a gateway drug, and they agreed with the Institute of Medicine. They looked at Vietnam veterans who used heroin and marijuana, and they said, well, no, they were just as likely to start with heroin as they were to start with marijuana in Vietnam. And they looked at a number of different studies, and they documented them very thoroughly in this repudiation of marijuana's rescheduling, that marijuana is not a gateway drug. So it's just a myth that continues to persist, despite the fact that there is tremendous scientific evidence that marijuana is not a gateway drug.
When they say that marijuana is a gateway drug, and that's how they phrase it when they're against marijuana, I try to remind them that there's only one gateway. The whole gateway theory is predicated on the fact that if you don't go through this gate, you won't get to all of that.
Right.
So if there's multiple gates, did you go through the alcohol gate before the marijuana gate, before the, if you boil it down to an actual, which is the beginning, and you include alcohol, and anybody that's ever been drunk knows it is a powerful drug. When you include that, it's alcohol. Alcohol is going to be a gateway drug.
Yeah, and cigarettes too are considered a gateway. I mean, if you start with cigarettes, then you're more likely to move on to other drugs, for teenagers, that is.
Yeah, well, the addiction rate for that, of course, is stronger than just about any other addiction.
Yeah, nicotine.
And I have some.
Trenton Fire Department, they call
another fan driving by. Thank you. They turn on the sirens just for us. Actually, when they're off duty, they do beep the horn, though. So.
The Trenton Fire Department actually responds to medical emergencies. You know, we had a demonstration out here at the State House, and a woman collapsed, and the first people to come were the Trenton Fire Department with the hook and ladder truck. You know, I can't imagine that being a sensible use of
Well, you're a healthcare
resources.
professional, so you.
You know,
It must seem extremely odd to you. I mean, never were you on duty as a nurse and somebody said, "Call the fire truck."
Somebody collapsed. Call the fireman.
Call the fire.
No, you don't call the fireman when somebody collapses. You know, you might call the EMTs, paramedics maybe, but not the fire trucks. Come on.
You know, my God.
But that's the way the city of Trenton operates, unfortunately. And I keep meaning to talk to Mayor Jackson about that. What a waste of resources.
Yeah.
That's another issue. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, it really is pretty commanding. They stopped our show for a second. We get to talk about them. You know, and that's loud. There's a canyon effect in here, too. This is also detrimental. I believe my hearing probably had a little bit of loss here, and I'm not going to get it back, so I'll make a note. And maybe I can recover some money someday. You know, I don't know.
I am starving. I've got to get out of here.
That's it. Come on, man. Food is going to dictate whether or not you pass on your wisdom to future generations.
Yeah, I've had a very busy morning. I rushed back from Elizabeth to try to make the meeting.
Yeah, that's really, it's been an active day then, because I was surprised we actually got started pretty close on time. You know, had everything set up first.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
Yeah, I set
great.
it first and
Good
then
for
went
you.
down there, so my stuff, and then when Lefty came back, he was able to get this up. We were back here at 10:38. I could not believe
unbelievable.
it. Yeah, that's good. But it was good to be represented.
We have been approved for Pennington Day. Pennington Day, not this Saturday, next Saturday from 10 to 4. We're looking for volunteers to come out to Pennington to help man the CMMNJ table. We're going to have a booth and a table that we give away literature, and we sell our
Pennington
T-shirts.
Joins
Pennington
back to the Trenton somewhere, doesn't it? Is it?
Pennington is
Where is
a
Pennington?
suburb of Trenton. It's
Yeah.
just north of Trenton, just outside of, I guess.
And what is the setting
Lawrence
for
Township.
this? What is the venue?
A community day. A community day event.
We'll be where?
We'll be on the street.
On the
street in Pennington.
Nice.
On Main Street. CMMNJ has been approved. They were much friendlier than Princeton Communiversity, which turned us down. They would not allow Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey to come and educate the public about the benefits of medical marijuana.
When is that? When is or was that, by the way?
That was like last month in Princeton.
You know, when that happens, there's nothing to say that we can't have a small group of volunteers go and just attend with their coalition shirts on.
Yeah.
And have several coalition shirts in there.
Absolutely. No, it happened already, so we missed that.
Well,
opportunity.
next time we need to have we need to be
Right.
You know, I would love to go wear my colors there and walk around and hand out my business cards and dare them to tell me I can't.
If we do not get word from Larry that we have the canopy, then next Wednesday you'll be dropping off the canopy for me so that I'll have it available for the Pennington Day on Saturday.
I'll come straight to the
All right,
corporate
great.
headquarters.
Corporate headquarters, the worldwide corporate headquarters of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana in New Jersey, over in West Trenton, not far from Cadwalder
And
Park.
I will go to the complex there and drop off anything else that I might need, the banner.
Great.
You have a smaller banner.
I have the small banner.
We'll get it together.
All right.
Pennington.
Well, thank you so much.
And we'll be there. We'll sign autographs for anybody who wants. And actually, I'm going to start carrying some cones around with me because we had offers to buy signed cones and remembering Governor Christie. Yeah, but Lefty and I will sign, or anybody else that comes, we'll just sign them. And we're going to raise some money. Because the cones were donated and we can't sell them and give back money, but everybody that donated thought yes. So I've been negligent. I know I have to send 2 to Wisconsin.
Yeah, I know people that want some.
Yeah, I'll foot the bill myself to send them, but. And I don't know if we should be mentioning it, but maybe it's not true anymore. Christie is on a moderate short list for the next FBI director. He's been mentioned by many people. Now, while some are like, oh, no, I don't see how he could really screw that up as much as a lot of other things he could screw up. And it might be a good fit, but we will always have pictures of us embarrassing the FBI director when he was governor. So anyway, look, okay, we win if he doesn't get the job, but if he does get the job, we were the ones messing with the FBI director. That means, of course, we're going to have glitches on our computers soon. And,
Yeah,
you know,
I think we're in trouble.
Yeah. We're on the list. You got to speak into a microphone, Dan. It's one of Lefty's main rules is no speaking off mic. Are you on there?
Hello.
Hold on a second.
Hello. This is
You are?
Rocky.
Yeah, you are.
Rocky.
Daniel
Daniel,
Brady.
yes, it's me.
Well,
Yes.
you've watched this all unfold over the years. I can't remember when you weren't involved. You know?
You've seen through my disguise.
Yeah, right.
I thought,
Yeah, you and Ed Honeyman wear the same disguise hat, and I spot you both coming down there. He does it because he's more a business person, and it looks like he's going fishing in Trenton. And I tell him it's a bad disguise because it draws attention.
There is a river right over there.
There might be some fish in the.
Oh yeah, we got
fountain
the
there,
fountain
you
right
know.
there even.
oh yeah, you could probably drop in a goldfish. It would likely survive.
So
all summer.
Unless they put chemicals in there.
It's been an active day. It's been an active day today, and I'm pretty interested in seeing the public reaction to what the advisory panel was telling us.
I wish that it was like today we voted and it's going to be added now. I don't know why we have to keep pushing it another 3 months, another 3 months, another 3 months.
This was spelled out in the original when we regulated it. A lot of this was stipulated already in the bill that was signed into law, and then they had to go about finalizing how that was done. And part of the delay started out with the Department of Health. They were supposed to have a report at the end of 1 year and a report at the end of 2 years. And it was after the second report that they were supposed to start taking petitions for adding new indications. They missed the first deadline and the second one by almost 2 years. It got to a court process that when that had gone a certain distance, then they had their first report. So what they did then is they did not do the first report in time. They did it a couple of years afterwards. There were no sanctions, and then they said, well, we don't have to accept new indications petitions until after our second report, and we haven't filed that yet. But it should have already been filed a year before that, the second report.
Politricks.
So the fact that there were no sanctions on that, and it put this whole process back, it's like they don't understand lives were ruined by that decision, and people died because of that decision, and those that died in needless discomfort because of the delays. It's if we could just harness the anger from people who are on the other end that we never get to meet. When somebody's in pain and it could be relieved and you're in a cohabitational situation, it affects more than a person with pain.
Absolutely.
I am not fun to be around when I'm in pain. I'm not. I will be short. I give no time off for, being confrontational when I'm in pain.
Yeah, you get edgy. Little
Or
cannabis
bad
stops there.
mood, or hungry, or cold or hot. All those things. Keep away.
I had a lawyer one
Pretty
time
much stay away all the time.
tell me that anytime you got papers moving between government offices,
Yeah.
she says, it takes 3 months.
Yeah. Well, they used to use the paper moving thing to keep your money if you get your money on the 3rd of a month, because actually you would get it on the 1st, but they would send it out on the 1st, and it would take an average of 2 days to get there. That was when mail was mail. But when it became electronic, they can send it to you on the 1st, and you would get it on the 1st. Did they change that? No. That's 2 extra days they get to hold on to your money. It helps in bookkeeping or something. So now, the 3rd became a de facto
first.
The day. We didn't keep up with technology when it benefited patients.
We
Lefty,
never
why don't
do.
we switch seats, man? I got to actually get up and stretch my feet. Between the 3 of us, we are fully 3/4 of a healthy individual. All totaled up, man.
That's probably true. 3/4.
Maybe 9/10, I don't know.
No, definitely not 9/10. That's too much.
Yeah, Ariel wants to smoke.
You just got to work. You already want to break.
Yeah. You just got here.
She's like, I'm here to work. Break.
Is that from the Civil War? That when you said we're 3/4 Oh, never mind. I'm wondering about that idea. I was thinking something about the.
Sorry.
Hello, hello.
I just medicated.
Medication.
Feeling better. Having a bad day.
No bad days.
Pain-free, painful day.
Pain-free, painful?
Just got better. Just got a little better.
So what, is it a quarter an hour?
I can't hear you. Grab that mic.
You need to talk on the microphone.
Ariel's here with us.
Hey.
Hey.
So what is it? A quarter an hour?
Yeah.
I put a quarter in, and then I put another quarter.
You mean
in.
for the parking?
Yeah.
No, it's $70 every Thursday.
Yeah.
No, I put
Once
in,
a week you pay.
No, I put in. I put in
I
two
go on the
quarters.
internet. They give me a little receipt. I go
They
on the internet.
steal-
I pay $70. I'm all good for the day.
I parked right across the street, and I got a spot. But I put in 2 quarters, but it only took 1.
I have a bunch
And
of
then it went
dimes, and it gave me like 4 minutes each time I got mad.
Well, that's why you got to put a quarter in. I think you're good.
You want my handicap sticker? I have
No.
it.
I don't need it.
Okay.
I'm
It's
in a
not
spot.
legal to share those.
Oh, you can't share that either. It's like Kuma. You can't share.
Kuma, you can't share. You
Shut
can't
up,
pass the
Dan.
joint.
It's not legal.
You can't pass the joint, and you can't pass
What
the
are you, a
card.
snitch?
Can't pass the placard.
Yeah, you can.
Wow. Jersey sucks, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Tony's a snitch.
No.
Turn it the other
You
way.
can't hear it.
Turn it the other way.
The last time.
There you go.
No.
Hey.
So you just got back from St. John.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Wow. Really?
Well, I didn't just get back.
What were you doing down there?
Fighting the good fight.
Was it an island?
Yep.
So you were an islander?
Wow.
My mom's from the islands.
I know that. That's very cool. I like the islands.
Me too.
Yeah.
I lived on different islands up in
Oh,
the
really?
Pacific Northwest. Yeah.
Oh, wow. If I didn't have a 3-year-old, I would have stayed. I would have gotten a job and just lived on couches. There was people like that were like totally willing. Like,
I bet.
I mean, can't trust everyone, but
It's beautiful down
You're
there.
totally willing.
yeah. I got a job. Well, I tried to get it. I was about to get a serving job down there.
What?
Yeah, at this place called Indigo. It's like a 4-star restaurant down
She's
there.
like, oh, by the way, I almost never came back ever.
By the way, you never almost
I
saw me
almost
again.
sent for Micah.
For Mike.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, nice pictures. It looks beautiful.
Oh, I didn't even see any of the pictures yet.
I didn't even put. I have a GoPro. I didn't even put my pictures up.
Was there good cannabis down there?
Good what?
Cannabis?
I didn't get any.
No?
No island cannabis?
I could have, but it wasn't worth it. I was with the group. I didn't want them to be like.
Oh, yeah, I
she's
get that.
taking
Oh,
a
yeah.
taxi like to town to like
Oh,
get
shady.
bud.
You
and,
don't
like,
wanna do shady
the cook,
stuff.
The cook,
Yeah.
the one girl actually, Katie. She works at the Department of Environmental Protection, so she's probably around here somewhere.
Hi,
But
Katie.
Her boyfriend.
Hey, Katie.
Hey, Katie. Love you.
Me too.
Her
Me too.
boyfriend was the cook of like the trip, and he was like, one day we were on the beach, and he was like, "Yo, do you smoke?" And I was like, "Yes."
Yeah.
And he was like, "Well, if I find any, I'll like let you know." And like, but it never like.
He
you
never
know,
showed up?
It
with
never.
He never showed out with his weed? Oh, that's dirty.
That's like a tease.
It is a tease. He
Yeah,
teased you on the
it
beach.
was, it
Big
was,
tease.
it
It's a
was.
teaser on the beach.
It was, and I didn't want to go to random people and then get like crap, like bad stuff.
You want to get stoned? I don't have any.
Just kidding.
Yeah, that's what it
Sorry.
was like. Exactly.
Like what?
Yeah,
Who does
that's
that?
what it was like. And then every night I was like.
Maybe he's a
"Did you
square.
get any?"
Maybe he's a square and he was narking you out.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, she's one of them
Nah.
weed heads.
Yeah, it's trying to be cool.
No, I was like every night I would like stand around like be like, so are we smoking? And he'd be like, oh, I don't have any or whatever.
Wonk, wonk, wonk.
I'd be like, I got cash, dude. I'm not just trying to get some shit from you.
Damn, dude.
He obviously had a girlfriend because he wasn't making efforts.
His girlfriend was there.
Yeah, that's why she wasn't. Oh, maybe she said no.
Yeah. Don't you
Maybe.
dare.
Don't talk to her no more. Don't you be hanging out with that girl.
That's me when I'm a girlfriend. Seriously, it's I'm
you be
the
talking to
worst.
that girl.
Don't look at them. Don't
Yeah.
you talk to them. Don't smile at them. Nothing.
I saw you looking at her ass.
Just me.
I saw that.
Lame. Share and share like.
What do you like, polyamorous?
Me? No, I'm a ascetic monk.
Me too. Shaman in training.
Shaman and.
Oh, you're the shaman. I'm in training.
Well, I'm not. I didn't say that.
I just have to do
I just don't have to
peyote
use the word
first.
training. I have no training wheels over here.
I just have to do ayahuasca first. Oh.
Oh, this is the medical cannabis,
Cannabis.
show, not medical
Then I'll be a
ayahuasca show.
shaman.
Cannabis.
Although
but you know what though?
that's intriguing.
Iboga is an important. You know what? We could do an ayahuasca ceremony around this fountain.
We should.
Okay.
Christie should do it with us.
That would be
Oh.
awesome.
His life, and he might change.
He would.
Well, yeah.
He would change from there.
Life changing.
Where's he at? How come we do it here now and not where we used to do it?
Construction,
Yeah.
quote unquote.
Yeah.
Where we used to do it over
Yes,
there?
yeah,
We used to do it over there. That way.
construction.
Well, this spot's nicer, anyways.
Construction.
If he walked through here, it'd be great, but he
You don't
doesn't.
need cones. You don't
That's
need
why we're
cones
over here,
anymore?
because he's hiding
No,
from us.
no, nothing. We can't do nothing. We can't even smoke over here. We got to go across the street to smoke.
I like that
we
red
always
door.
had to.
I think Sativa Cross Production should buy that that building over there.
Okay.
The what?
The one with the red door. Wouldn't that be awesome? That's Sativa Cross Productions right there.
Yeah.
That would be
I
incredible.
think somebody lives there though.
No, it's
doesn't-
for lease. It's open.
Oh shit.
With the red door? With the red door with the
Yeah, I
lion
love
knocker? It's got a
that.
lion knocker. It's meant to be.
Okay, let's
oh
do
my
that.
god.
I think I might even. I'm sick of driving from South Jersey constantly. I could just live right up at the upstairs. I could put like a I love Chris Christie sign in my window.
Get it
Bong hits
tatted.
out the window.
Why?
Tatted on my butt.
Why would you do
You know what? If Chris Christie comes down here and has a conversation with us like a gentleman, I will tattoo a Chris Christie on my butt.
I will too. I will too.
So the New Jersey program failed another patient today.
What do you mean?
The New Jersey program is kind of half-assed. And
Well,
for
yeah.
people that are really sick and need opiates or need lots of cannabis, the program just doesn't function.
Well, when you say failed, does that mean the patient died?
No, they didn't die, but
They didn't,
but
no.
they don't have access. You know, they fulfilled their monthly allotment of 2 ounces for this month, and they've run out of cannabis ahead of time because they have such a horrible, painful disease that they need a lot of cannabis. And so now the patient is in a position where they can't get their cannabis, and they might have to go back on opiates. And
Oh,
Chris
man.
Christie is running his mouth on television every day about get off opiates, get off opiates. And,
Right.
and we are with cannabis.
Yeah, he has a program. Chris
But-
Christie has a program.
He does.
A medical cannabis program.
A medical cannabis program that would get people off of opiates.
So why doesn't Christie talk about this more?
Because he
Because
is
he's on opiates.
he is either
think he
paid
is.
he is
Every
either
night.
paid very well by the pharmaceutical industry to be against
Right. Oh,
cannabis,
maybe, yeah.
or he's simply uneducated on the subject, which
Right.
we would love to fix or solve either one of
This
those
man
problems.
keeps looking at us. Come over here, Brohimi. Hey.
Hey there.
With a book bag.
Oh,
Hey.
lots of people here.
You want to hear some info or something? Keep looking.
Come hang out.
Let's see who
Come
wins
over
this
here.
race. Bill O'Brien.
You look good. I'm trying to talk to get
Nope.
your number. Let me get your number,
Hey,
boy.
cannabis, 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 cannabis.
I was serious. Let's go on a
Okay,
date.
we got Bill
right
and Brian
now.
in a race to get to the table.
on a date.
Who's going to make it? Bill or Brian? Bill
or Brian to the
Bill
table.
and Brian are neck and neck. Let's see who makes it. Up, Jim's in the way. He's
Oh,
blocking
he's
one.
blocking.
Let's see who makes it. Who's going to make it to the table? Oh,
See,
here
we got
comes.
some-
Step up, step on
hey.
in.
Hey,
How
what's
are you,
up?
Bill?
I want to meet you too.
Nice to meet
Hey,
you,
my
Tony.
name's Ariel. What's your name? Bill Caruso here.
Mike's right here. Grab a seat. How you doing,
Thanks
man?
for joining
I'm
us.
doing well. I'm doing well.
Awesome.
I
Welcome,
just
Bill
heard the
Caruso.
chatter. You guys are talking about it. I've been explaining to folks. I've been involved in this on the advocate side for a little bit now, and
a lot.
I'm learning.
Can I add you on Facebook?
Yeah, please.
Bill Caruso?
Bill Caruso. I'm one of the founding members of New Jersey United for Marijuana Reform.
Yes.
I got out of government. I was a staffer here in the building for the 2 speakers in the General Assembly, and prior to that, Jim and I met. I was chief of staff to a United States congressman who, back in the day, was adamantly against medicinal marijuana. This is
Yeah.
a different time, back late
Yeah.
90s, when it was a different place. And Jim and Cheryl helped to get Congressman Andrews to the place where he was, and frankly, at a time when it was a different time to be supporting medicinal marijuana.
You
There's
were
still a lot of
there.
confusion.
You were in the room when that happened. right?
One of the more emotional moments I've ever had in my career. I've only been a staffer. I'm not an elected official, but the role of staff are to implement the policies of the folks that they work for. We're not advocates. It's not our job. And I know sometimes you're like, well, why aren't you pushing for this? I believed in it, but that's not my role. My job was to do. I could quit if I didn't like what was going on.
Well,
but
yeah, they're paying you to do something.
That's it, and you work from within, right? And you know there were conversations that would go on, but the story I always tell people about Jim and Cheryl and the type of advocacy that really worked here is they showed up in the United States Capitol. Cheryl at the time was on this
bed.
converted gurney, and there were members that would not even meet with them. And I came out as the body guy to explain to these wonderful people that the congressman wasn't available right now, and you didn't have a meeting, and all the silly stuff that you do as a staffer. And I happened to go in, and the congressman asked me what was going on out front, and I told him, and he said, "Excuse me, they're down here from New Jersey to meet with me." And he said, "Why can't I meet with them right now?" And I said, "Oh, you don't want. This is not an issue you want to talk about." And they didn't have a meeting, and it was an easy. He goes, "Bring them in," and we had a long discussion, and he explained why he wasn't there. And I'll never forget. And we all, I think, left with tears in our eyes that day. Jim, you looked at him and you said, this isn't about money. This isn't about finances. This is about this woman's physical well-being and relief. And
he believed it.
He said, I believe you.
Yeah.
And I'm changing my position. So.
And
Wow.
it's to me, and I remember one thing in particular is I was making my point, and he had voted the wrong way, and I was making my point, and what he said to me is, Jim, I got to stop you right there. And I'm with this attitude.
Yeah.
And then he went and explained that. He just explained, I look what's in it for that person.
Yes.
Well, how does it and the only benefit I see for you and what you're saying is the health of your wife. And then he went right on up. So I'm going to co-sponsor Barney Frank's bill, a medical marijuana bill. And I didn't, but in my head, I still had that finger up there. And I didn't know what else to say. I said something flippant like, well, okay, we're done. Bye. I couldn't believe it. I actually had a hard time understanding that this was the first time a congressman had changed his vote on medical marijuana. It showed that patient representation in person, when possible, can be that powerful of a tool. It can be done. Don't assume they're not going to change their minds. It's going to, a process. And that the congressman, to his credit, put it in a letter and said, I was moved to change my position on this issue. The kiss of death, the political kiss of death, admitting you changed your position, flip-flopped. I flip-flopped. I'm a flip-flopper. That's what he was saying. But he didn't just say that. He put it in writing so that I could show that to people and say, why don't you talk to him about it?
Well, and I think this is relevant to the conversation you were just having about others. So two points that I saw in this conversation. One is the ability to sit down and take a guy that is, from a generation that was fed a whole bunch of bull and malarkey and believed it, right? The reefer madness stuff that everyone learned when they were in high school and all that stuff. He genuinely, not for any other reason, felt that this was a bad idea. And I think that you showed him that there were real and true benefits here as to how folks like Cheryl could be significantly helped, right, through this. The bigger issue, though, and I think it's the biggest point, and it's a lesson I've learned in my life, and I'm watching this now as I'm advocating on the outside. I don't represent clients on this. I'm not paid for this effort. I volunteer my time, and I'm honored to do that. But we learned a valuable lesson, and I'm coming up in the political world. You follow the money, right? You follow the money. And Rob was looking to see where the money was for you, and there obviously wasn't
no money.
But when I got frustrated for a while as an advocate because I felt that we were going to have a tough time with the drug treatment industry because they were either fearful or had legitimate concerns surrounding the use of cannabis. And let's be honest. Not everybody's going to use cannabis. Not everybody's going to benefit from cannabis. And there's a conversation we have to be smart about on how we're going to talk about these things. But what I started to understand, and I am frustrated by some of these folks that have lined up in the industry. I think the governor has identified perhaps a future in working on the industry side of this world. In my world, I'm a Democrat. We have, Democratic royalty in the Kennedy family. But I think Patrick Kennedy has become a stooge on this effort as well on behalf of the industry.
You're being gracious.
And here is
Why are you being so nice?
Here is the problem. Okay, here's what I figured out. When you follow the money, if tonight I go home and I decide, rather than drinking a martini or two or three, that I'm going to relax with some cannabis, I am breaking the law. And I'm putting my legal career, I'm putting my job as a father in jeopardy, right, because of how society deems this.
Yeah.
However, I have the ability to plead and go into pretrial intervention, and because I have means, pay out of my own pocket for drug treatment. I'm doing the air quotes you can't see right now.
Yeah.
Whether I need it or not, but that's my get-out-of-jail-free card. And there is money in this for the industry, and that is why they are opposed.
And now, don't you think with the new tough anti-addiction law coupled with, well, actually more the mandate that insurance companies pay for 28 days of inpatient treatment, don't they stand to make even more money now due to this? I mean, this is...
Jim, it doesn't end, though. You're absolutely right.
It increases an already desperate situation.
But this is where I look at hypocrites like Patrick Kennedy, okay? If the argument here is we have an opioid crisis, so well, remember, marijuana, cannabis have been proven now not to be a gateway drug, no more than milk would be, frankly. But we have seen profound impacts on it being an exit drug, or more importantly, a preventative tool for pain management, so you don't get hooked on the first place on legal prescription drugs.
Yes.
So,
I made that point at the committee today.
You have.
Or
And-
no, at their hearing today.
I saw you on Facebook today. You guys were taking turns back and forth. Here's my problem. When people talk and they make arguments and they make no sense, right? And when the drug treatment industry is sitting here talking about why we shouldn't have legalized cannabis, and everyone else out in the world, and we see in the demonstration in Colorado, opioid use is going down, and that's the crisis. When things don't make sense, I look for other rationale behind it. And that's where I come back to follow the money, right? And we have a situation right now where these folks stand to lose significant revenue. Whether or not they're going to offset it in other places, right, because of this opioid crisis, they are facing the loss of revenue, so they're fighting back. And they're fighting back with fraudulent data.
They don't want people to be cool. They want people to be messed up in their bed. They don't want us to have their own minds or see other things like that. Cannabis, opens your mind. Opiates make you more into a shell, and that's what they want.
Big time.
You're assuming that they're coming at this from a place of purity, and it's not.
Right.
They're motivated by the financial side of it.
Mm-hmm.
I will give them credit in the sense that there may be some misunderstandings. You have to all remember, when we sit and talk, and this is one of our problems right now that's going on more in the universe in terms of our, we have never been more connected as a society globally right now, but we have never been more insulated as individualized communities. And in our community, and one of the things I like to do, whether it's in the cannabis community and in Facebook, or in my larger groups, so I was a Bernie Sanders delegate. I'm a member of the Democratic Party.
Nice.
I worked for a law firm as a lobbyist. I'm a mess in terms of try to pin me down as like Jello, right?
Yeah,
I'm not
really.
in any box. But I like being out in different groups, and I like bringing different ideas together. And one of the problems for us as advocates on this is, I say this all the time. I don't think my mom and dad are ever going to smoke cannabis. Okay, I don't think they ever have. I truly believe that, but I don't think they ever are. But
Have you offered?
No.
Okay.
And
step one.
And I'm a little fearful that might get too weird too. But
It would.
you all are welcome. I just don't see it happening. But it doesn't mean that they can't be with us. And here's why. I had this conversation
Good
with my
point.
dad,
Yeah.
and he said to me, when we start talking about the tax revenue, right?
Yeah.
When we start talking about the new industry that's going to be created, and I'm not talking about the pot shop that's going to be on the corner here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking the new warehouses that are going to be here. I'm talking about the new white-collar lab coat jobs that are going to be here for
Right.
all the lab work that's going to go on.
Yeah.
And the new pharma economy, the research and development that will legitimately be going on now regarding how to treat new diseases, how to deal with opioid addiction. The end game is just overwhelming and phenomenal. I mean, there's a whole side of legalized hemp, right, for industrial purposes and building materials and things of that nature we haven't even explored.
Yeah.
We have the ability to grow an economy here that even if you don't plan to ever benefit from smoking cannabis,
You
or
will
utilizing
benefit
cannabis,
from that.
bingo,
Yeah.
right? And
So how did your dad see that?
he gets it, and that's where we're winning some of these arguments. I've had a lot of people inside that building at the elected official level come and tell me, and I do a lot of this private conversation back and forth, consultation.
We won't tell anybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's just, this isn't going anywhere.
No.
The one thing I hear pretty frequently is, this just can't be about the money, and I agree. It absolutely shouldn't be, right? And I'm talking about the tax revenue,
we
right?
agree. Yeah.
It shouldn't be. But I have found that the more we talk about the money, the more interest there is inside of the hallowed halls of that
Yeah.
building, and I get that part of it, right? I mean, I understand that we live in a state that is extremely expensive, and its residents are overtaxed. Property taxes, gas taxes, all these other things. And we have to be careful in terms of how this is implemented so we don't price ourselves out of the market here. But I have been fighting for my motivation for being involved in this effort is to legalize for everyone that's involved in this, whether you're a medicinal patient or you're a recreational user. I think legalization benefits all of us, but I want to maximize our revenue making sure though we have a viable industry.
Let
here
me
in the
ask you a
state.
question about that, because when I was hearing some statements made positively this month, they were mentioning fees for the warehouse side, fees for, and it wasn't more of a tax than a fee. When my fear, of course, is beyond regular sales tax, which obviously I would disagree with, but not go to the wall for. If it's going to be a social use product, not medical. But if there is a way, and right now I understand that at least in the beginning there will be consideration for home grow. Whether or not it makes it all the way through, of course, we've seen that with medical that it may not. But would there be some way that home grow can be included, and yet that mentioned $300 million fee could also be reached with a small amount of home grow? My worry is that it's like, well, we're going to only get to the figure we want if we can not allow home grow, and what it would take away.
I don't believe that, Jim. And I'll tell you why. First of all, the number that New Jersey Policy
why I'm asking.
Perspective put together in conjunction with New Jersey United for Marijuana Reform is a baseline of $300 million, and I think that's where you can look at like the recreational sales. In fact, we explored transit of folks from Maryland in through New Jersey up to New York City for like a show in a weekend and picking up something on the way. There was a lot of scientific work that went into the work. The baseline was $300 million. The upside is potentially $1 billion in new revenue when we've rolled out.
Yeah.
But I don't believe that home grow done right is in any way of competition to that. The concern you've heard from some of the leaders in this effort on the legislative side about home grow is what they learned in Colorado. And my understanding of that is when Colorado allowed the home grow piece, they also allowed a co-op ability. So, we all could get together, right, and decide that we're going to grow for a whole block of people, right? People too sick to grow, and whatever, and had some good ideas.
Warehouse.
What happened was the profiteers came in and figured out, well, I could go assemble 100, 200 home grow licenses, and then I can then compete with some of the warehouses and quote grow, again doing the air quotes, but I'm exploiting the home grow.
How do they get those licenses? How do they get all those people?
You get permission, right? You go around. So they would go to a group like our group, right? You can go to one of the coalitions and say, hey, we want to pool everybody together, and we're going to have this warehouse in Trenton, and we're going to grow for you.
And those that can't grow their own, they can participate this way because there's ways to include people.
But there were abuses. Here's what I think needs to happen.
There will be, yeah.
I think there's an ability to have home grow. If that's the concern, there's an ability to deal with that.
We need the ability to deal with that when somebody has that concern.
There is, and by the way, we also have to deal with the concern of I live in a neighborhood, okay, in a residential suburban neighborhood, and we grow tomatoes, although we have a piss poor job of doing it.
They look like pot plants, though.
Yeah, well, but we do. We grow them in our backyard. I don't know that we're going to be able to grow our marijuana open in the backyard, right? Because there'll be some concerns. So there's going to be controls placed on it. But I come back to this point.
But as long as it's possible for people to be able to do
Jim,
that.
it has to be because
we agree.
The argument here that it's going to compete with anything is silly.
Yeah.
For example, I'll use myself. If we have a legalized economy here and we have the ability to go out and purchase weed, I am not going to be growing it in my house, okay? I'm going to be going out, and I think most people are going to be going out, and particularly if they find that they prefer edibles, people aren't going to be cooking it up on their stove and doing all these things.
Most people, right.
They're going to avail themselves, but those that choose to can. And I don't think that that's going to impact our revenue.
Do we have indications from other states that back that up that are already legal now?
Yeah, I think that the states that have had home grow have not really had a major issue in terms of Colorado, okay? Colorado had this abusive home grow period, and they don't know what to do with the money they're bringing in.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about in Colorado, and this is another thing that I think helps sells this issue. We're talking about Colorado. Colorado's exploring right now the ability to provide college scholarships now.
Right.
No.
That's amazing. They're putting it into their school systems, like public schools, like kids.
Yeah. Come on, man. Really? We need that.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't see. I do not see this as a legitimate argument that it will compete with the potential for revenues or it will compete with business.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, so New Jersey United for Marijuana Reform. I know the coalition. And most of us that are advocating on the outside right now are absolute and adamant about a home grow provision being in the bill.
Good. Well, we're all clear on that.
Yeah.
Then.
Even Joe Rullo is.
Yes, very much so. I heard him the other night. He participated in that other debate.
The Outcast debate.
Yeah.
The Coalition for Medical Marijuana does not endorse any particular candidate, though.
understood. Good for you. Good
How's
for
that,
you.
Ken? Disclaimer.
Yeah, I mean the one thing, just sort of inside track of what's going on today. There's an interesting conversation going on around two fronts. One is the power of the marijuana lobby, whatever that might be. And I'm not talking about the well-heeled folks that we all see coming in here that with the suits and ties
Are you
on.
talking about Sam? Because that's not a cannabis lobby.
No.
They're kind of anti-cannabis.
No, I'm talking about us.
Okay.
I'm talking about the fact that there are members out there that are starting to understand that elected officials realize that this is becoming an issue.
Yeah.
There is no more. First of all, you do not get credit for supporting medicinal marijuana anymore. Okay, with 90% of the general public supportive of that it's like supporting oxygen. Okay, it's not a profile and courage anymore.
Go with the flow.
And 10 years ago when New Jersey adopted its first law, there were some groundbreaking folks that came out to support that. That's not a profile and courage anymore. I think we're starting to see people that are going to be forced to take positions. Every candidate in the Democratic primary supported legalization.
I noticed that.
Right?
And every candidate that was Republican was decriminalization, but not legalization.
Which is now they're realizing that medicinal isn't the place to be anymore. You got to be beyond.
So now it's at least for I'm for decriminalization. I'm not legalization. So they sound a little bit more progressive than 5 years ago. They wouldn't be for decrim either.
But as we continue to work in the legislature right now, knowing full well where this governor is, the question then becomes, are we going to have the requisite amount of votes to get this passed, right? And if we have the right governor next year, is this ready? And the answer is, we're not sure yet, right? There are still some members that are on the fence about this.
This leads to my next question. Do you have some identified that are on the fence that you really believe are on the fence, not just trying to keep an abstention?
Not yet, because I don't think that's right to do. But I think that there's every one of the members of the legislature that will return in the fall for next session or are running anew for open seats are going to be on the ballot this November.
Yeah, and we get to make it an issue. We don't even have to make it an issue. It will be an issue.
It's
all
become
the
an
time.
issue,
Yeah.
and I think they're being forced to ask. Now, there's a different issue going on right now. Is there a way to jump the shark here and get out in front of this? And we have always talked about the opportunity to have a ballot question here. You folks know we don't have initiative and referendum like some of these other states to be able to put one up.
39 states have it. We don't.
Correct. We do not. And we have the ability to amend our Constitution. And there has been quiet talk about, and I would give this at best 50-50 odds at this point, a constitutional amendment that would only tax and regulate. It would say we were going to tax and regulate marijuana like we do alcohol or something like that. Very generic. Then that constitutional amendment will be on the ballot this fall for voters to vote on. The polling I've seen on where people are in this state on marijuana, likely voters, we're probably in the 60s at this point. So,
you say that has a chance of being on the ballot?
It has. It's being discussed.
Yeah.
There's a conversation going on right now. Whether it has the ability to be there, we'll see in the next couple weeks. The deadline to do something on that would be August of this year. Yeah. In all reality, it's more like the end of June.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that happened, but I'm still intrigued by that if things don't go the way legislatively that we would like them to go with a new governor and try legalization for social use, that this could perhaps be on the ballot next time around if we don't get where we want now. It's almost a plan B. It could be a plan A now, but if you don't get it in time to be a plan A would then become, the legislative effort, and if that doesn't then this could still be I love the idea of a constitutional amendment. Be in the regular.
I think it depends.
That would be the real work.
With great deference to you, sir, I would disagree on this point. I don't want to wait till next year's ballot.
I don't want to wait either.
And I know you don't.
Yeah.
And I think that with the right governor in place, and with the courage among leadership in the legislature, and we've seen good work going on in both houses right now. I mean, Nick Scutari has taken, I think, a phenomenal lead on this effort.
Mm-hmm.
And we've also seen tremendous leadership out of Reed Gashora, and he's no newcomer to this issue either, right? I'm happy to see where this is going, and I've had personal conversations with the Senate President and the Speaker about this. Both have been very good on this issue. So we know what's preventing us from getting this done right now. I'm hoping that changes next year, and I'm hoping that we can get this done. If we don't get it done in advance of the changing of the guard, certainly done through statutory means next year.
Let me ask, do you have heard anything about the potential for some news on Monday from Nick Scutari's end?
I hear we are going to hear good news next week.
Okay. That's good enough. You heard it here first, though.
Back to Patrick Kennedy.
Yes.
How is he connected to drug treatment centers? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So, and you know, Lefty, you and I had a chance to sort of offline chat about this, and I've done a little bit of background research, so I haven't done the deep dive yet. But he serves on boards of these organizations, and I believe is paid in an effort to represent them on some of these.
Which ones?
Issues.
Do you know which ones?
I'm still working on that. I have a couple listed, but I want to be.
When you can better define that, we would like to know, because he gets the Kennedy respect, and I think that's what really bothers me, is combining what Lefty just said with the fact that he gets Kennedy respect as if this probably wouldn't be true, or maybe not. I find that really objectionable.
Well, Jim, I would never addict shame. Okay, I would never do that.
No.
I think it's wrong.
No,
when I look at this man, he has a courageous story. Okay, he was a self-admitted addict. I think to illegal drugs in form of cocaine, and then clearly most folks are familiar with the story about where he was addicted to sleep medication that was prescribed medication. And frankly, rammed a checkpoint in the United States Capitol.
Yeah.
Well,
that's when it became really public.
High on these prescription drugs. I applaud him for his story. I applaud him for the courage in coming out and dealing with it. I applaud him for getting his life back together. But when he speaks about this issue regarding cannabis, even medicinal, okay, and it's not just legalized. He's had criticisms over medicinal too. I look at his personal story and I think, my God, had it been available to you, you may not have been in these situations. But when I hear his rhetoric, it doesn't match that at all. Right. And it's the same fraudulent rhetoric we hear from most of these folks out there, right? About the gateway drug and about it being harmful. It is not true. It is not right. And therefore, when things don't make sense, I look for other motivations for why people are talking about this. Frankly, I wish Patrick Kennedy was out there being one of our strongest advocates.
I would have thought that would be possible, but I would have thought that with all the emerging information becoming available, that he would have softened his tone. I also applaud anybody that can get their life together however.
Absolutely.
It's just when they can help somebody else and do the opposite, it doesn't square up. It'd be interesting to know why. It just doesn't add up. Nonetheless, I think right now, if we all decided we wanted to stop this movement and from happening, we'd be powerless to stop it right now. I feel like we're pushing a tire downhill. It's already going. We're trying to get it into Plinko spot A over here or whatever, So that's pretty much what I feel like we're doing, is directing a Plinko chip that's going to reach the bottom into the slot that we want. And, much like that, if it's going this way, we want to push it on back. And anyway, in that respect, I thought that today's meeting of the advisory panel, it was pretty interesting. It was pretty quick, and they all have their minds made up, and it's, for the most part, pretty good. The minute John Heffler asked me with pen in hand, so how would you categorize how you feel about this? In my head, I have this cacophony of voices. Oh, it's still this. How can you say that you and it's like, all I can think of is, okay, for all the people in pain right now that we're not seeing, that are, and all the helplessness, yeah, they're getting through. I'm happy. I'm happy with how today went. I think it's the right direction. It's never going to be good enough for me. If it leaves anybody out, I know it could help. But that doesn't mean I can't be happy about the progress I heard about today and the direction I saw. Am I being too rose-colored glasses, do you think?
No, not at all. It was great today.
You know,
amazing.
We sat in 2008
Yes.
2009 to draft this new law. The idea was, and I remember saying this to advocates around the table that sat and worked to get this law passed, we have to start here and then expand, right? But the goal was always to allow for this board to expand. It wasn't to have folks like you that have done this on a courageous level to come into the State House and beg for their medicine.
Which is what we had to do.
To non-medical professionals that, are elected officials. The goal here, when we wrote this law, I was there when it was written, was to establish a baseline and allow it to expand, both in terms of servicing those that had afflictions and needs based on science as it's developed, and also one of the biggest problems that we've had, and my friend Jay Lassiter opined on this recently, to allow for more competition in the market. Remember, the idea of this law was we were going to allow 6 licensed dispensaries to start, and once they were fully established, 1,000 points of light to spread into the universe. And we've never gotten to that place.
Why is that? Why don't we have that 6th dispensary yet?
Lefty, I'm not smart enough to understand that piece. Jay had made some very interesting points in his column.
Yeah.
And I don't have any facts to support one way or another
What
what's
did he
going
say?
on.
What did Jay say?
Jay's point here is that there is one organization that never got started, and that they perhaps have ties to the governor who didn't want this to happen, and I think it's an interesting argument. The thing I can't justify is, let's face it, people are in the world to make money, right? So if you make an investment in something, you want a return. And I'm not smart to figure out how sitting on one of these things gets you more money in it or not. I just don't have enough of the details. I do know, though, that the fact of the matter is the effort that we've had, there have been some bright spots in these dispensaries that have opened. I think some of them have been quality and good, and I think some of them have done very well by the patients. But by and large, we've heard horror stories, right?
Yes.
One group that didn't know what the hell they were doing and lost their entire crop early in the game. We don't have enough supply right now. We're starting to get more demand. But I think when there's more supply, there will be a decrease in prices and make this more affordable for folks. I don't think that we should ever be looking to make a profit, whether it's in state revenues or out in the private sector, off of people that need their medicine. And, again, how do you have both, right? How do you have a medicinal and a recreational? I point to Colorado, and I think the smartest thing that happened for folks here that are going to make these decisions on the elected official level was Nick Scutari sponsored a trip out to Colorado for his colleagues. I was fortunate enough to join that trip. I got to see firsthand how this works. You walk into a dispensary, by the way, you know how I found one of them? I had to get Google Maps out, walking up and down a block because I couldn't find it.
You know what? You know what? My take of that, what Nick Scutari said in one small little sentence that I thought really meant more to fence sitters than anything else is, you know what I didn't see there? I didn't see people smoking pot.
Yep. You didn't.
He didn't. He was out and about everywhere and did not see anybody consuming cannabis. So that's one of the big worries here.
It has to be something we're going to have to address. Lefty's been doing a lot of work on this too about, listen, the argument has to be, well, where can we, right? Where is, just like people that are smoking cigarettes or consuming alcohol, by the way. We don't walk around everywhere. We're not walking down the street consuming alcohol, but there are places that are proper and places that aren't. So we're going to have to develop that in the law, and I think individually towns will address some of this too.
Yeah, it's like that somewhat with patients, although they are allowed to smoke where people smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's you don't really see it for all the patients. Minus Lefty, but he's doing that.
Wouldn't
with
you rather them in one area, all these smokers
would.
in one area, so you can say, keep your kids away from that area right there.
Without question. And that's it. You got to own this. You got to deal with it. But that was the thing in Colorado. It's not in your face. And I walked in, and you show your driver's license because they card you right away. Yeah. If you're a medicinal patient, you go in one door. If you're a recreational user, you go in another. And there's different strains. There's different taxation. There's all these different. It's a completely segmented economy or system that works, right? It's a proven system that works.
Wait, didn't you forget your license or something?
That wasn't me. That was Nick, actually.
Nick forgot
his ID, and they wouldn't let him in.
They wouldn't let him
in. Listen, they're doing it right. But you know,
Senator, damn it, you have to let me in.
Here's one neat thing that goes on, right? Because again, we got to deal with the hysteria. Okay, I'm a proud dad of 3 little boys. Okay, and I'm not advocating for any one of them at their age to be using cannabis right now. I walked into a secure facility and showed my ID.
Yeah.
You want to go buy cannabis right now? Let's go for a walk.
Don't need ID.
I don't think you're going to get carded.
The only thing you might need is ID that says you're not a cop. I mean,
Exactly.
Is there something that some way you can prove that?
And, you know, when New Jersey United for Marijuana Reform did its first announcement, we were asked by a reporter, well, what about the children, right? Was everyone wants to know, what about the children?
The children.
And a gentleman who's a renowned psychiatrist, Dr. David Nathan,
Oh, yes,
who's
he's
part of
great.
our organization,
He's awesome.
actually said to this woman that asked this question, she goes, you know kids are using marijuana now, right? He goes, you know they can go out and buy it. He goes, our idea is to put it behind a store counter. Our idea is to make sure that they're carded for it.
Yeah.
Now, all theory, right? Not really. Colorado has seen teen use go down since they've legalized. So, you know, this isn't Pollyanna stuff. This isn't wish and we're trying and there's a theory here. I'm almost happy in a sense that New Jersey wasn't first in this effort because we can point to concrete
need that.
research.
We need that.
Right? That's going on in other jurisdictions. The sky isn't falling. You know, the world is a better place in a lot of ways in Colorado, whether you're using it or you're not.
Yeah.
It's a good
I wanted
thing.
to ask you one thing, too,
Sure.
while I got you there, because right now, medical marijuana is taxed in New Jersey because we don't tax over-the-counter medications of any kind, and we don't tax prescription medications of any kind, but because it's recommended, it's neither. So, therefore,
Right.
it is taxed. Now, I've
problem.
always objected that it didn't mean it had to be taxed. It mean it may be. And it goes to the general fund right now. There is a bill sitting in committee that would dedicate it towards research in New Jersey
Wait, so that blood money tax is going to go to something
well,
other than...
it could go to researching cannabis and how it
how
affects.
nice.
So,
Okay.
so this is
Helpful.
also something I want to ratchet up and say, okay, if you can't get rid of the tax, I think it shouldn't go to the general fund because when you follow the money, it goes to research, not to the general fund. And for legislators to get behind that would show that they're not just doing it for money for a general fund. Do you think that has a chance of moving at all?
I do.
And I trust your opinion. I'm not asking you for validation. I'm asking you because you would be the exact person I would want to ask.
Thanks, Jim. I do. I'll be a little bit more ambitious. I would hope that if we got to a legalized economy, we might be able to either reduce or even repeal that tax. I think one of the things we're going to have to fight for here in New Jersey, even after we legalize, is going to be recognition. I mean, you folks know that in the medicinal community right now, we still have a question of whether or not insurance will cover this. We still have a question or not regarding employment policies, right? I was dealing with an individual via social media who had some questions about employment issues. And employers still, because of the prohibition at the federal level, have the ability to write policies. We're doing some work to educate employers on where this may benefit. The insurance industry, you have to put things in terms of people's own self-interest, right?
Yes.
And so for the insurance industry, one of the arguments we're making is, you know, for pain management, this might be a better tool and a less expensive one.
We have another good argument, I think, that we might be able to make with the new let's get you to rehab thing is the insurance industry is going to take a hit for having to pay for 28-day rehabs and many of them, and it's going to be very expensive. They could offset that a little bit by being more vocal in favor of cannabis being used as an adjunct medicine with opiates, because that would create less addicts that would then have to go to their facility where insurance paid for it. It's not that it's going to hold water, and I know the educational process to change that mindset is probably impossible.
It doesn't end, though, after legalization, I guess the point I'm making. And by the way, to that point, you know, we're seeing front end, back end on this issue, on opioid addiction. Front end is you don't get hooked first because you're not given, I always tell this story. I'm a kayaker. I paddled, ridiculous amounts of distance, and I think I paddled 2,700 miles last year.
Wow.
Thank you.
Where'd you go? Back and forth.
Back and forth, up and downstream. But I have some shoulder issues. I'm 43, and I got some shoulders. And I went to see the doctor, and he sat down and he said to me, "What are you taking?" I said, well, once in a while I'll throw an Advil in, but the stomach, he goes, oh, well, we'll take care of that. We're going to get you something stronger, which was something with a codone or an oxy in front of it.
Yeah.
And I said to him, no, that's not why I'm here. Because I guess he assumed I was just coming in to get the pills, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, of a legitimate orthopedic doctor, this wasn't like some, Dr.
Yeah.
Schmo. There's this prevalence out there. Is like there's a pill for it, right? You're going to take it. So on the front end, I think there's better solutions, but on the back end, we are at the tip of the spear in learning the exit drug capabilities of marijuana. Yes. And I ask you as a human being, and I'll also ask you as a bean counter and insurance company, would you rather pay for methadone, or would you rather pay for legalized marijuana?
Yeah.
What's better for the patient
And
what's on a more short-term basis, right?
And their methadone doesn't have an exit drug for methadone.
You're gone for life.
Would you rather pay for that for the rest of a person's life, or take a chance? And Ken Wolski did submit an application for cannabis as an exit a drug for that. I think that was umbrellaed into a yes, but it didn't come up for a specific vote. So, we still have a lot to learn about what went on today. But I got to tell you, between having Ken on, followed up by you, this was one of our better podcasts. We've been able to be on point, relevant, and with current, up-to-date information. Some might even call it a scoop as quick as we got back and got this out on the air. But a good day, man. I'm really glad you had the time today. Often enough, we get you coming by where you have to run off. So to be able to, one more question. Well, I felt like Columbo. One more thing. But I think we cleared a lot up today. I mean, I learned a lot from our own podcast today, and I always consider that the best of the best.
Somebody asked me about my involvement in this, and I think I joked with you guys one time. I got a little bit of a raw deal on my block. I live on a wonderful block. It's a bunch of working class folks, some folks in law enforcement, folks that teach, a real mishmash of folks.
Good cross-section.
But a buddy of mine had mentioned to me that when I first came out involved in this, that one of the law enforcement folks on my block wanted me to move off, essentially, right? Time he should go. He doesn't belong here. And it kind of made the claim, he's like, it's not like he's selling weed out of his house. He's advocating to have this for... And I've been asked a number of times. My dad asked me at one point, what are you doing this for? Like, why are you involved in this? And I learned so much having these conversations. I mean, one, I firmly believe in this. And I've been educated over the years. You've known in the proper role as a staffer what role I played and how I helped to move this along, both at the congressional level and here in the building. In fact, I was involved. I was telling someone the other day, Reed Gashore moved the first decrim bill in the General Assembly when I was the executive director, and I was working side by side with him in the appropriate role as a staffer, getting my speaker on board, getting the members on board, and we had a fun time. What I'm learning here is that there's a two-way street, and we all learn together. And so what you teach me about what the needs are of the community and what's going on and why we need Grow at Home and my ability to work back with both the electeds and also with the members of the industry, right? We're seeing a tipping point. They're coming in. They're focused now. There's a part of this that they want to be in. I don't see that necessarily as a bad thing, provided that it's controlled, right?
And it's almost necessary for where we want to get the end result. I think you described our relationship perfectly, by the way. I've always lovingly called you guys the suit and tie brigade, the one that we want to go in and do the negotiating, but that you do coalesce with us. And some organizations don't, usually the ones that aren't really going strongly this way. But it's really nice having somebody other than me or Lefty for everybody. It's nice to have you be the one going in and then being able to explain it to us in ways that actually helps educate us to why we can't just be pounding our fist over here, why we need to have a certain recognition of what evolution will and will not take care of at this exact point, and where to let it cultivate a little while longer and educate while we're getting what we can. And I'm just seeing nothing but good possibilities now. I think we are past the tipping point, and it's accelerating exponentially to the point where on a graph, I think it's going up faster than out right now.
I agree.
I'm going to throw a name at you. Pete Camerano.
Yes. So Pete is a great friend. I had the ability to work with Pete when we both worked in the building. He was chief of staff to Governor Cody and was very instrumental as a player in the Senate, working for, at then time, Senate President Cody. Pete's a great guy. Pete was out with us in Colorado. He is a true believer in this in
He
every
is.
sense of the word,
Yeah,
without
good.
question.
Yeah.
And he mentioned this to me, that has had an interest in being involved and sort of articulating, trying to get involved on the industry side. Pete right now is volunteering his time too, like I am. So
saw
there's,
that. Yeah.
And let's say this. There is going to be financial opportunities for folks that want it in this, and whether it's you opening up your own shop or you providing consultant abilities. I get all of that. I'm not going to be upset by that. That's where the world's going to go. Okay, but I'm really heartened by the fact that Pete jumped into this. Another suit and tie brigade guy
Yeah.
to lend some expertise. And Pete is another trusted resource in that building there. There are people that rely on Pete, for private guidance and private direction. And I see that as another sign, as a tipping point.
I see him as being very valuable, in as much as he's been with Dick Cody, who has been against everything marijuana since I've ever known him.
Pretty much.
And for Pete, because Pete is not responsible for Senator Cody's
Thank you, Jim.
opinions. He's not
Yep.
responsible for him. You were just describing your position.
Yes.
And when, and you smiled and said, so when I got to talk, that was your position.
Yes.
And it works for you. My first reaction was when I saw Chief of Staff. But then I realized, no, it's exactly what we want. We were talking to Scott Rudder, a former Republican assemblyman, and then to be talking with Dick Cody's, I pause for effect because we don't know if it's a nickname or a description that way, that he's not responsible for whether that's a description or a nickname. I really value what he can bring to the table because of that, not in spite of it.
Yeah.
So let me say two things to you. One about Dick Cody, and then one more generally. And by the way, you did mention Scott Rudder, and I think Scott is a tremendous resource as
He
well.
is.
He's a
Great.
friend. I think, frankly, on the Republican side, we need some good, strong voices there.
We do.
And the thing I love about Scott wasn't here with us, okay? Scott wasn't on board. Scott voted as an assemblyman against
He
us.
explained. We talked about that today. He educated us.
Scott is the exact type of person you want in that building. And let's talk about Dick Cody. I think what we focus on Governor Cody is a viewpoint that's a past viewpoint, right?
Yes.
When he was governor many, many years ago, right? There's a different time. I am hopeful, and I'm legitimately hopeful that, like others, his views will morph as well. I've had conversations with. So another funny story I think I've told you guys, and I'll leave his name out for right now, unless he tells me he wants to be identified later.
That means we leave his name out too? Okay.
A very prominent legislator who's a friend of mine, when I first got involved on this effort, called me up and said, "What are you doing? You're a young attorney. You're out there in the world right now. You just started your career. You got a young family. Why are you throwing it away?"
Ooh.
Right?
Yeah.
And I said to him, "Why do you feel that way?" I was really bothered. I'm like, "Why do you feel that way?" And he goes, "I just think this is a mistake. I don't believe in any of this. It's foolishness. I'm there on expanding medicinal, but And we talked then, and we talked again, and we talked again, and this went on over the course of weeks and months. That member is one of our supporters now. He's going to help shepherd this through. It's the tired, quiet work that you do over and over. And I think Pete will be there doing that.
He will.
And I think that others are joining this effort quietly now. And it will be colleague to colleague inside that building. It will be former staffer, current staffers. And you remember, Rob Andrews and I used to drive around in that car together all over the sun. And I can't say to you that we only talked about marijuana legalization, but the topic came up. And in private moments, without a harangue of people around, he would ask me my opinion, and I would very forcefully tell him what I believed. I always wondered, by the way, as I was sitting there, remember I was in my 20s, if it made sense for me to admit to my boss, who was adamantly opposed to marijuana, that I actually had used it before. But we did have very specific conversations about this, and that work matters. There are a lot of young folks that sit in the building right now, in this building, that are helping to shape policy appropriately. They're working inside, not trying to implement their own policies. Don't get me wrong here, but shaping policy by having fact-based conversations with the people that they work for. And I have a lot of trust on both sides of the aisle of the superstar talent in that building at the staff level that are going to be working in favor of where we're going to.
Nice, man. I'll tell you, this is leaving me with a warm, fuzzy feeling right about now.
I'll leave it with this, and it's what we say all the time. It's only a question of when now, not if, right? That's where we are.
Which is why we need to keep pushing, because that tire is going to get downhill, but we can direct how it lands and a little bit where, because there's all sorts of, as we all know, different ways this can play out. But after all the home grow concerns with that didn't happen in the medical law is why I'm bringing that up for everybody that would hope that I would, and I do see that as being quite a possibility.
The concern in home grow back in 2008 wasn't about the industry. It was a legitimate concern of a bridge too far, and you remember this discussion. It was really tip of the spear kind of stuff at the time. Probably for most of the folks in the advocacy community, it wasn't, but for the folks in that building, it was. And we had to make some significant concessions, and for whatever reason, people were worried that alongside the tomato plants, there were going to be, palm plants in every yard.
Yeah.
I think that was a false narrative, but nevertheless, that's why it was jettisoned.
5 pounds a piece pot plants, by the way. And I had to go and find out that 19 pounds, I think, was the heaviest tomato. I had to go and say, well, you can grow a 19-pound tomato. Maybe it's only 12 pounds. I forget what. There was outrageous examples, but have you? No. So what's possible and what's going to happen is not the scare tactic. And it was in its own way comical. I mean, somebody being against it having simulated joints rolled to show how much an ounce would be, and it was like 150 joints or something, little lollipop sticks.
The scare tactics will be there. The motives, I think, will be different, though. I think the members of the industry that want to come in would like to ensure that there's a limit on competition, right? And home grow is perceived as a competition. I think it's our job to successfully educate them on why that's a silly argument.
I'm glad that we covered it. Actually, in this podcast, this is probably the one to get cut down to bullet points real time during a podcast so that we can then alert people as to why we would be a good podcast to come on, that we are legitimate. And you and Ken gave us some huge degrees of legitimacy today, and the conversation was on point and relevant and news breaking. So this was a very good day. I mean, on all fronts, and it was also a day when I limited my own use of cannabis, and I use it for pain that will always have in my feet, but I do not deny that I also enjoy the result of that. And then I use it even when I don't have pain at appropriate times. But it was fun explaining to the state police when I mentioned how I'd ran, and I showed, because it was all familiar faces today going in, and one guy is watching me run. I showed him a video of me. I ran. You don't notice. I ran for the first time in 5 years. I didn't know I could.
Get out of here.
Yeah, I did. I'll show you before you go, a little quick video. But I played it for him and all, and then there's one person I didn't know, and two I did, and it goes, and what's your medicine of choice that keeps the pain away? I go, well, actually, it's cannabis, I imagine, and I'm an unqualified, illegal patient, but I do use it, and on. Oh, I'm not high, and I have none on me now, guys. And they're all laughing, but one guy didn't know, was the most nodding his head. So I educate getting the permit when I'm doing that, and I go down, and to the point where now it's being asked, where can we watch this live? And the guy's got it right out, and I'm telling him. So, and the state police are our friends, in case he's watching. But no, I always say that, and I find that we have an incredible amount of support for what we do here at the podcast from the state police, who are
cops in general support us. You'd be surprised. I get hit up all the time from cops, ex-cops.
They should. They are the ones that also know that, especially now in Trenton, they know there's far more important things going on,
big time,
to worry about.
That's generally what you hear from most folks in law enforcement. And I'll say this to you. People ask me a lot, whether it's in this realm or other realms, because I do this for a living. Hey, what's the best way to conduct yourself in there? Or how do you flip a vote? Or how do you do this? The first thing I start with is, don't be an ass. And it's just normal human behavior.
Cut to the chase.
And what you folks have done in terms of your outreach with that community and the New Jersey State Police. When I walk in that building all the time, especially when you're out here, you guys are a welcome view now. I mean, they're it's not threatening at all, but I think they almost welcome you here, that they're excited to see you back. And I will say this to you, since it's my first time since you've been back in the springtime, and I'm happy to be here. I am happy to see this welcome voice. So we've moved locations a little bit, but having this beacon here on a regular basis, folks inside that building are aware of you. They know you're here. They're familiar with the fact that you're here on Thursdays now. It's a welcome and familiar voice here in the building.
We, by the way, are not here always on Thursdays now because we can't get permits at the other two locations, so there's extreme competition here.
Next week is Wednesday.
Next week is Wednesday. The week after is Wednesday, but you can go to my own homepage on Facebook, or especially if you're the Friends of the Coalition for Medical Marijuana.
Yes.
It will be pinned up top, especially any given day when it's changed. But the month schedule, we don't find out till the last podcast of a month. I get the dates for the next month, and then we negotiate what we can. So we are still a weekly podcast, but we can't call ourselves a weekly Thursday podcast, and people are confused at the moment. We have an event page, so you can check in there. But at the pace things are going, you're always, as you know, not just welcome here. We won't let you walk by without at least corralling you or embarrassing you for not.
I'm excited about
things are moving so quickly now that as long as you were here today and as on topic and varied as the conversation was, there will still be a lot of stuff to discuss next week and the week after, because things are moving. There's going to be new things going between now and next week.
You know what, Jim? The thing I learned about when I was in Colorado as well is, even after you legalize, the advocacy continues, the need to address. I mean, one of the greatest things that I saw came in the form of a problem that Colorado had to deal with. Colorado started to see an influx of edibles, and I will even go as far as saying irresponsible edibles, things that look like the candy my children eat, okay, with absolutely no labeling, marketed as such, right? I mean,
that's downright dangerous.
It is downright dangerous. And so what Colorado did, and this is a lesson for any industry and any government. Colorado regulators got together with the Colorado cannabis industry, and they sat in a room and decided how they were going to immediately change regulations to require individualized labeling, dosage requirements, right? Because you can only buy now 10 milligram segments, and they got to this. And the other thing I learned is on the candy side of the world, right? They have the ability through alcohol extraction to remove any semblance of flavor or taste related to cannabis, but they choose not to. So if you buy a watermelon lozenge, it has a sort of flavor to it that I'm assuming if you're 8 years old is not going to be a flavor that you're going to like, even though there's a watermelon taste to it too. It's akin to like eating a cough drop because it's medicine, right? And I think what they've realized is having the ability to put safeguards in is just as important as having the product, right? And if you don't take care of that, and if you don't, and one of the things I've learned generally in this business, the best regulation comes from self-regulation. If you're at the table and you're fixing the problem, that's a great thing. Because if you don't, the government's going to come in and fix it for you, and you may not like the result.
Yeah, you become their problem, and it's hard for people to argue against it if you're not taking action to correct something like that. And I would testify to the fact how important this is. Candyman, Chad Ray, call him Chad Berry, because he made very, very good cannabis candy, and he was able to make a white chocolate candy that was so good that you could not taste any of the cannabis, maybe the texture just a little bit. Even though I knew that, I sat down with Cheryl and Gary Stork and Jackie Ricker from Wisconsin at a motel in Seaside where we were housed while we were doing some things. And I just loved that candy so much I just kept eating it. And I knew, and eventually I was not, so I had a heroic dose. Now, luckily for myself in the world, I can handle a heroic dose. I'm just not going to be the guy along for a ride in a car where you say, is there anybody coming your way? And don't ask me that. I'm not reliable now. But so if I can make that, we call it a mistake. I didn't mean to do that, basically, because it was wasteful and I ran out quicker. But that I can only imagine how it is going to contribute to the stories, and we heard a lot about that, people having too much to eat. And I think the best example, as comical as it was the policeman and was it a wife dispatcher?
Yes. Oh boy.
And as our time's going really, 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 really slow. I think we're dead. On a 911 call. That, while it was funny for me, also pointed out that they knew a little bit about this. They started eating brownies. They probably tasted pretty good. They kept eating them, and then they thought we were dead. So as embarrassing as it was for him, and as much fun as it was for me, the overall perception, it's a bad optic that, know.
When I came back from Colorado,
It sounds like an admission about that.
Uh-oh. What? You can't say that off the air. What did you say?
I brought home some goodies with me.
You can't say that on the air. That's illegal.
Shut up.
You can't do that.
So,
I'm shutting your mic off. Never mind.
We neither condone nor endorse such
Hold on,
we
wait.
cannot.
So my mom was sick. My mom was going through something.
Oh.
And
then I'm sorry.
she's never smoked. She's never. She was a daughter of a preacher man. And so she didn't smoke. She hit a bowl one time with me when I was 15 or something. But it was my sister talked her into it. My sister was older. My sister can talk my parents into literally anything. So she smoked with us, but it didn't. She was like, I didn't hit it right. It didn't work. La la la. We go inside. She's like, to my dad. She's like, I got this. You can eat. I got this. You can eat. I got this. I got this. Anyways, long story short, she didn't think she got high, but she got high. Yeah. And so I gave her a little piece of my edible, and they're 100% milligrams. So I gave her not even 10 milligrams. She was in her bed, and she my dad was right there, and my dad's kind of old school, but he supports the movement and what we're trying to do here, because everyone is different. He realizes he's a one way, I'm a different way, and they respect that. But so my dad had no idea she ate some of this edible. And so she's in the bed, because it came from when you had said the guys were are we dead? She said she was tripping from 10 milligrams of THC.
Oh. Yeah.
She was and she never tripped. She never.
People need to know what they're taking. That's a.
Was she saying with a smile, or was she afraid?
She was fine, but she was just I've never and I feel glad I even put my mom on her first psychedelic trip, but
really.
She wasn't ready for it.
You're at a tipping point, though, and it's interesting you talking about your parents. And I don't know how old your parents are, but.
They're kind of like your age.
Okay.
I think.
So they're really,
relatively
really,
young.
really old.
Yeah.
I'm saying relatively young over here.
I had a conversation with a friend of mine who is in his mid to late 70s, who frankly had a more of a shocking conversation that I did not expect to have. His wife, who was undergoing treatment for cancer, was having a really tough time with the chemo.
Yeah.
And through a relationship they have, a family relationship, they were able to acquire some, I would assume, illegal cannabis, from what he described. And he, through a internet recipe, figured out how to cook something up for his wife. It sounded like a can of cap or something like that. And that once he started administering to her, she had this complete rebound. In fact, the doctor even said to her, I'm just amazed at how well you're doing. You're actually starting to thrive again, right? He's also done the same for some arthritis and some other things that he's dealing with as well.
Okay. He was shaking his head looking at you.
You have to understand that there are a lot of my friends that transit in and out of this building, and they know my advocacy, and they like busting chops. So these are my lobbying friends, and perhaps some legislative
thanks
friends
for
too, so all good people.
Thanks for slumming with us. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks for
always.
not
Before
being
you go,
ashamed.
before you go, what's going to happen at the Seaside Boardwalk? What's your professional opinion? What's going to happen? What are they going to decide?
I don't know the answer to that, and I have to say this to you, Lefty. I'm not sure I know the right answer on this. I have 3 kids, okay? I don't know if I was walking down the boardwalk, I would want them to
cannabis.
To smell it, right?
Contact.
Or come in contact with it. And then I go back to the point that you made. Well, then let's put us somewhere, right? So we're not, in your face in this place. So I think this comes back to this issue of how we advocate, right? I think you've been doing an amazing job with what you've been doing on the tour of educating communities as to what the law is, the current law. And I think that's important, and I think listen, you've been met with very reasonable responses, and you've been met with jackasses. I mean, there's just no other way about it. I just don't know. Seaside has a million things going on, right? Unrelated to this issue and Snooki and all that.
We're much better than Snooki. Though.
Yeah. And
Snooki won. Meow, meow.
there is a still this viewpoint, right? That this is your medicine. Okay, guys, right? Whatever. I'm hopeful that the town governing body takes a hard look at this and develops some core policies. Because I think the answer for us right now is just tell us what the rules are. That's what we're asking. Just show us where we can go.
That sums up the IME tour. But the fact is, when the people that he asks that don't know what the rules are, brings us back to the Attorney General, and that it wasn't him who dropped the ball, but he's not picking it up yet.
Right.
To be fair, we haven't made a serious, here's a good reason why you need to, but that I do see he's educating doctors as to the new opioid law, and he understands the importance of when there's a new law to educating those who either enforce it or are affected by it, and making absolutely no attempt to do so with the medical cannabis laws. I'm hoping once we put it in his lap with documentation that even here in Trenton, the quote was, I have 8 officers on the street and none of them know what I'm about to tell you, because she went and looked it up and talked to the prosecutor. Or when I look at that video and in Seaside,
perfect example.
He went to his phone. So I just accessed this on my phone.
And
never in
a
my
minute
life,
ago.
never in my life have I heard of an officer engaged in the discourse of his duty to have to go to his smartphone to know what the law was. This is a job for continuing education. It starts with the Attorney General, should filter down through all police departments.
It is a credit, and again, not pandering. You and I have talked about this offline. I sometimes differ in the whether it's the need or the style of aggressive protest advocacy. Frankly, and you can, as I sit here in my suit and tie, say that's easy for you, for privilege reasons.
I'm nodding my head.
But there's a point in time where I feel like, hey guys, we're inside the building. Let's get inside the building and talk. What Lefty has done is done the blend, right? It's I won't even call it aggressive protest advocacy. It's protest advocacy,
in your face.
with a kind, focused, education-based
nice about
effort,
it.
right? And you see the response you're getting. And so
been great.
I would never have heard. Normally what happens, if you're like, you tell the officer, no, I'm thinking you're sorry, and they're all, yeah, okay, and then you're standing there in handcuffs and it's over, right?
That's the
fact
worry.
that you're able to engage in the dialogue, and I've seen this, it's not theory, right? You see it live on the Facebook blogs. That's impressive, and it shows you that there is this viewpoint of trying to understand the law better. By the way, it's not just towns and law enforcement. We saw this with the casinos recently, right? And this is
we did a tour down there. I went with him to casinos 4 years ago, I think it was.
And there was just an issue, and this is the wonderful effort that's provided through the online community. There was a person that I thought had sought some guidance from the coalition via Facebook, and got a number of different views. Some of them were maybe a little half-baked, no pun intended, but some of them were spot on, right? And my recollection is the woman who was down there for a conference was thrown out of the hotel.
That was a big deal.
And then got an apology later, and after she had discussed it. And you know what? It wasn't, there wasn't screaming, there wasn't yelling, there wasn't gnashing of teeth. It was education. Excellent work.
Okay, now I weighed in on that. My first thing was you need a copy of the report. There'll be a security report, and you need to get a copy of that. I think if she went to do that, and I believe she did, that's a very good way of saying, no, we're going to look at this. I need to see the report. And when they feel this really could hurt their bottom line too. You can operate through a follow the money consciousness. And what I really like though is that their mea culpa was instant and it was well done. It seemed genuine, and that her worry was she can't go to a conference now next year. She can't do that.
Yes.
So to find out, they don't generally rescind a decision like that quickly or at all.
No.
So it shows that movement that quick is possible. And this was her own little I&E tour, although she didn't mean for it to be. But it produced results. So we're hoping that we get some results with the Attorney General to at least all we want to ask him is, do you realize this is a problem? We're not going to suggest what you should do. We're not going to suggest what we think your job is. We just want you to say to us whether or not you think this is a problem.
Yep.
That's it. That's all we need from him. After he says that publicly, in any way, shape, or form, I think we can step back. And one more thing I think we shared, probably a communal worry, or maybe you didn't know that it was worth sharing, is we had our podcast on 420 as it was. So, of course, Lefty was, everybody come on down, we're going to have civil disobedience. And I'm like, it's not civil disobedience if the police say you can. It's not civil disobedience when you're in a large group and nobody's likely to get arrested. But this year there was no groundwork. There was no weed man talking. There was nobody. So my worry was there's no need for that now. We are inside of that not ever. There will be times when there may be, for a specific issue, a need for civil disobedience to open a door. But we are very in sync with that I think the doors we already have open, there's others that aren't, and we need to work on them. And I also advocate for, as Lefty will testify to, the front door first. Always come knocking on the front door. Try to do it through the normal channels. Try to do it through the proper chain of command. And at some point, when you know you're not getting satisfaction, then we take it to a different level. But only then.
You said something I think very smart about this too. Is it's not needed right now. I also don't ever, and I know you won't. You were part of this effort. I don't ever want to diminish the work of the pioneers that were involved in the civil disobedience that got us here. Okay,
No.
and you mentioned Ed Forchion. I had the pleasure, and I do mean pleasure, of meeting Ed for the first time in 1998. He walked in the front door of the congressional office. I was a young staffer at the time. Wow. He lit up a joint in the lobby of the congressman's office.
A new 20-year-old.
No, but this one gets better. We had a older intern that ripped it out of his mouth, ran in the back of the office, and flushed it down the toilet.
What?
And
Really?
then came and got me. So I said, "What in the heck?" He was Ed is furious. Now I'm furious because I said to our staffer, I go, "Why?" Or this intern, I go, "Why would you do that?" Well, the receptionist was coughing and I was afraid the cops were going to come, and I go, do you understand? First of all, he's trying to get arrested, number one. Number two, you may have been complicit now in destroying evidence, right? So God. Ed grabs me, and he goes, I'm mad he stole my weed. And I go, well, first of all, what were you doing here with you guys? I had never met Ed in my life. So he agrees. I go, I'll tell you what. Go get another one. Come back, light it up. We'll call the cops, and you'll get arrested. And we did. And
No. Back up. You don't gloss over that. You actually told him that because
Ed and I had a real conversation because he was very upset about this. He told me what his goals were,
and you suggested
what would I care? If you want to get arrested, man, go for it.
Yeah.
The two things I said to Ed when he came back, I go, we're here all day, man. You can do whatever you want. I'll call the police for you. I'll get him here. But the two things I said, so Ed came back in and lit it up. Now, we had an 80-year-old receptionist, okay? She was a wonderful person. And let me say this to you, not somebody that was probably a believer in this, right?
Of course.
So I asked her to leave right away, and then I asked him. I said, Ed, do me a favor. You can do exactly what you're doing outside on the front stoop than you can inside here in the office. And he took a big hit, and he blew it right in my face. And he said, fine, and walked out.
I'm so shocked.
That is Ed.
When the Haddon Heights police arrived.
Haddon Heights
police. You have some familiarity there. That was where our office was. Haddon Heights police arrived. They arrested Ed. They took my statement, which I gave them. And when they heard the point about the blowing it in my face, because I gave them a factual statement, the one cop turned to me right away and goes, "Oh, well, you then want to press charges, don't you? That's assault." And I looked at him.
Oh, wow.
And I looked at Ed, who kind of looked back at me now, and I said to the cop, "I don't think I want to press charges, but I really could go for a cheeseburger right now."
Yes.
And everybody laughed. So that's my first interaction with Ed.
Yeah.
That's a great story. Wow.
And oddly enough, a 20-year-old story we hadn't heard yet. I do think I'd heard. I knew back then because this would have been 2 years before I showed up with Cheryl.
Yes.
And we took a whole different path.
Yes.
Than that.
Without question.
Which I would say then actually Ed really beat the path for me because I wasn't him. I had to look good by comparison. Come on.
But Jim, you and Cheryl, who were no strangers to protest.
Yeah.
Remember, coming into the Capitol building, and I still can't for the life of me figure out how the two of you were able to manage to take that trip down there, how she was, right?
Yeah, it wasn't good.
For you to have the physical strength and the courage to walk and continue, and you told me this story, when you showed up in our office, and this is why I went in, you were beyond exasperated. You were exhausted, I think, too.
Yeah.
But the frustration came through, and I think with a lot of emotion, that people wouldn't even give you the dignity of letting you in the office.
Yeah.
And it was a different time, right? But if you had not done what you were doing, my boss wouldn't have been where he is, and the others that followed after that wouldn't have been there. So everybody plays a role in this, and at a different time, back 20 years ago, protest was the only way.
It was the only way then. Yeah, and it was the only way to get in front of the media too.
It was.
It just didn't. You had to be willing to sacrifice yourself, and in this case, you have no idea how much we were betting that we wouldn't be separated. There's no way anybody could take care of Cheryl. And the fact that even when we weren't separated, when they went to fingerprint her, I'm like, we can handle it. And I went, the first one they would hear.
Yep.
And then they're like, okay, could you reach your hand up? Okay, there was nothing she could do. And when they started to lift her hand up, I reached up and grabbed her chair, because the moment they pulled on that, she stiffened up, started to slide out of the chair. I leaned it back. She fell back in.
Ugh.
I saved their ass from putting her on the floor then, and then I had to fingerprint her, and that was their learning curve right there. We did that with that in mind. And, when I look at that, and I look at it often, when I backed her into the office after she consumed a little bit of a bud, Cheryl had never seen in the office. She didn't know what was behind her. All she saw was her being backed up, police coming by her, and the doors closing. And she wasn't the littlest bit afraid, She experienced what it was like to be all by herself laying in Bob Barr's doorway after I was arrested, with police all around her and strangers, and she was never afraid. This is their worst nightmare, a patient who is so far towards the end, she has nothing to fear. Oh, man, it was sweet.
It goes to this point. As much as we say right now, we're inside, come inside, be a part of what's going on inside. Put the tie on and come in the door. We're in that place because of those that came before us, like Cheryl, that were pioneers in this effort, that did engage in civil disobedience and protest to get us in the game here, in the door. So I don't discount that at all.
No, there is a time and a place, and it's been a learning experience for me. The quickest education I had was going on down 1999 to the Institute of Medicine's release of medical marijuana assessing the science base, and we knew it was going to be good. And we were asked to be down there, and Cheryl was like the focal patient, it seemed, and that we were able to get down there and back, and I had to explain to them, and you can see we broke law in several states to come down here. We're breaking the law here. I'm telling you about it, and then we're going to have to drive home with illegal Schedule and substance on us here. So it's not just the physical. And at one point, what I didn't tell anybody is I was on the Beltway, and Cheryl passed out, and I couldn't wake her up. And I should pull over and lean her back and do all that, but she was seriously so ill that I just kept riding and hoped she wasn't dying in my car on the way down. And when you see it that personal and you can make it that personal, even the tip of the iceberg, Rob Andrews saw the tip of the iceberg, and that was all he needed to see. And so, thanks to Cheryl and a lot of other patients who have done the same, and thanks to any patient who ever shows up here in any discomfort at all. Where's Brian Cummings? Brian, you here? Oh, no, I didn't get a chance to talk to Brian. He came all the way from La Valette. Very hard for him getting around, and this little thing here attacked him in a scooter one day, and he took a spill.
Yeah, he fell.
Back a while back. But it's people like that, and I'll give him a call when I get home and make sure he understands. It's just thanks for showing up to all the patients who ever have.
Yeah.
And the late, great Eddie Smith summed it up, actually, almost your exact words. He lit up a joint in Al Gore's Texas campaign headquarters. I think it was in Austin. and he lit up a joint like Weed Man would. And the guy at first called security and then said, "Can you just do that somewhere else?" And he said, "If not here, where?" That's all he said, and the guy had no answer, and I thought that was the best put I'd ever, if not here,
There you go.
where?
Yeah.
In other words, you just want me to be somebody else's problem. No, I'm your problem.
Exactly.
That also got him the invite with his people to New Jersey for the Al Gore protest that we were having in New Brunswick, and Eddie came and did the same thing. It was patience showing up. It's always been, and they've changed my lives, and every time I feel ready to quit, because I am tired. I am really tired of this. Every time I feel that way, something happens to a patient that just pushes me right back with a willingness. Not, oh, I have to keep doing it. No, I want to keep doing it. I love this weekly platform. I'm only doing it this year because I think we can be that much of a success this year that I don't need to do it anymore. I want to come over to your house for the hell of it one day. I want you to come over to my house for the hell of it one day. No business.
Okay.
I
Pleasure.
saw on your
It's a
cover
date.
photo that you kayak. I do the same thing, so we should all do a kayak trip or something.
Yeah, sounds good.
Canoe trip.
Sounds good. Nice.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of places to
I
canoe. all
did my
through New
first
Jersey.
kayaking ever a couple of years ago in Long Lake in Canada.
Yeah.
And I got to say that the quiet nature
Yeah.
of how quiet
I
you
love
can paddle, and how
Sorry
much
to
I
change
discovered
subject.
on open water like that, how far sound travels. So Rick and me, our conversations are always, I think Canadians are great because we were coming up around campgrounds and they'd hear the discussion coming. But I'd go with you myself. I love kayaking.
I just ocean kayaked in St. John.
Oh,
Good times.
Nice.
It's
that's work.
Scary.
As great as it is for the body, it's also exercise for the mind.
I
And
found
that's
that
how
to
I
be
do
the
it.
most.
And,
It was
you
so
know, and
peaceful.
A 20-mile paddle for me takes me somewhere between 4 to 5 hours. I joke with folks that are in this world. It's like playing a round of golf, although I'm actually moving and exercising and I think contributing in a different way than just sitting around playing golf. But I enjoy it.
It's cheaper.
My wife will throw me out of the house to go kayaking, as she likes to say, "You're better after you come home." You paddle for a little bit. So.
Yeah.
She knows the playing
That's awesome.
field. Then that works. She
Well,
probably learned that from you, though.
Well, I gotta go take care of some stuff at a preschool. But thanks for guys having me on here. Nice meeting you, Bill.
meeting you
I add
too.
you on Facebook.
I'll
by
see
the
you.
way.
Good, definitely.
So I'd like to get involved in some of the stuff that you do. I don't know if that's just for like government people or if it's for anyone. But
no,
I don't
I'm
know.
not in government anymore. I'm a lawyer and a lobbyist in the private sector now. I think the best way you can get involved on the advocate side right now, organizations like Coalition for the Medical Marijuana, on the patient side, New Jersey United for Marijuana Reform is a grassroots, no pun intended, advocacy group that's made up for the social justice and criminal justice rationale behind legalization. So our organization is anchored by the NAACP, the ACLU, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition.
Minnesota prosecutors?
Well, we have it's an interesting phenomenon. J.H. Barr, who I think is in some ways more conservative than Governor Christie, is a municipal prosecutor. He was the former president. He's now, I think, the secretary. And I give this man a lot of kudos. Some of us, I told you about the nonsense I was dealing with some nudnik on my block. This is a guy who most of his peers are going to reject him being involved in this, right? And he had the political courage to come out and be a part not only of this organization, but publicly out there advocating for this. And the reason why he's in it is he said, "Bill, I had this young African-American woman that I was sitting there, and it was my job to prosecute her for some petty marijuana offense." And he goes, and I realized I was throwing this bright, brilliant young woman's life away. He goes, "What are we doing? What resources am I utilizing to destroy this woman's life over?"
He came to that on his own.
Yeah, exactly. So he came to our organization, Open Arms, and we're fortunate. Dr. David Nathan, I mentioned, who provides this wonderful, valuable medical insight, right? Because, listen, we've got to be truthful in this. The facts matter. Marijuana is not safe for everybody to use. We don't want young children utilizing marijuana, and frankly, we're not advocating for the use of marijuana. We're advocating for your ability to use it if you'd like
Yeah,
to.
and I call it's not mandatory. Don't worry about it.
isn't.
It helps your stomach, like,
And-
especially for little kids, especially babies with colic.
It depends, and I think done in the right way through a doctor's prescription in certain A's. But I think the concern we have in the general public, right, is, oh, well, everybody's going to be running around smoking pot and high all the time. No, not true.
And
the other, I think, concern that you're starting to see out there, and I think we're able to talk back at this, there's so many misconceptions about what marijuana can do and can't do.
Yeah, it's a big problem.
So, you know, you can abuse anything. Okay, you can abuse chocolate. You can abuse.
I have
sex,
water,
I've
right?
done that.
You know, there's
No,
things-
you can't.
donuts.
all of it, right? And
At the same time.
people can also abuse marijuana. It's not a reason, by the way, though. The two things I say about that: that's not a reason to say that we shouldn't do it for everybody, right? And more importantly, even if they do, no one has ever died dealing with this. So it's there's this fallacy out there about the dangers of abuse. One. People abuse anything, right? That's not an argument for not doing this.
And abuse and overuse are more than other people. It's ill-defined. I would say one thing, though. My advocacy, I do make little inside jokes occasionally, and I don't know if you all know who the Ladies' Man was on Saturday Night Live. Tim Meadows did a segment called The Ladies' Man, and it was pretty hilarious at points. And he was a black guy, 1980s, a TV talk show, a big thing, and it was, Ladies' Man, you think that women are just for your own sexual enjoyment and exploited? And he went, yeah, you say that like it's a bad thing. So occasionally when somebody says to me, the next thing you know, it's going to be legal for everybody, all I'll say is, yeah. And I don't say, you say that like it's a bad thing, but in my head, I'm making a joke they don't understand, and I'll hear a snicker.
It's an inside joke in my own head.
It is. I'm having my own conversation.
And I forgot what it meant, but I knew it was funny.
You're
at
not
one
part of
point,
it.
So I just keep doing it,
No.
Yeah. We don't use the no button anymore.
Honeybee, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, Honeybee from Oregon. How are you?
Hi, everyone.
Hello. See, out in Oregon, they don't have problems like this. We have here. The patients.
No, we don't.
The patients don't have any of these issues. It's unbelievable. Oh.
Hey, girl, love you. Gotta go. This is Ariel. I love you, though.
Too funny.
Love you.
Hey, girl, hey.
Hey.
She ran all the way back 100 yards to tell you that, just so you know. Now she's running away. So, yeah, Honeybee, you got amazing programs out there. They're actually growing some cannabis for you and your diabetes, some special cannabis for you. Yeah, she needs Durban Poison. Your grower is going to grow for you.
Yes, he is.
So, you can get whatever you need out there in Oregon. Here in Jersey, we're still suffering. We got kids dying in Jersey. It's sad. We have this imaginary border that, you can do this and we can't, and it's crazy. But I called you because we're getting to the part of our show that, well, But first,
yes, I know.
But first, I want to thank CMMNJ, SativaCross.com, MagicalButter.com, Happy Daddy Products, NewJerseyWeedman.com, DavidVersusAutism.org, Blue Planet Biotech, Run New Jersey, Medical-Freedom.com. Get your State of Compassion flags from Medical-Freedom.com. CannaSense, New Jersey Grannies for Grass, Toughies Fight, Legalize for Lorelei, JacksonStorms.com, Prayers for Sarah, Prayers for Pete, Jenny's Purple Ribbon Journey, and Jenna's Journey. Okay. We didn't sing our Magical Butter commercial today. I don't know why. We don't even have our box out today. I don't know. Are they still our sponsor? I guess they are. We should do the song. We should do the song. We can't not do the song. We don't have the box.
You have to do the song.
Magical butter makes your recipes better. Magical butter makes your recipes better. Brownies, cookies, smoothies, sauces, soups, veggies, candies, salad dressings for your tossed salad. Eric?
And everything else that is edible.
1-800-420-4334. 1-800-420-4334.
What's that number? One more time.
1-800-420-4334.
I never noticed there was a 420 in that.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, you got to do it way better with the 420 then, man. That's your fault.
I know.
That's not a compliment.
Magical butter makes your recipes so much better.
How much better?
With magicalbutter.com.
Better, better, better.
Magical butter makes your recipes better.
Better butter.
Magical butter makes your recipes better.
Better butter.
1-800-424-334. 1-800-424-334. Get your magical butter machine from magicalbutter.com. They're helping patients all over New Jersey, all over the country with this magical butter machine. It's very easy. Michelle has one. She's been using it every day since she has one. She just made some brownies over there. You see those brownies? Michelle made those.
And Garen Angel's name is really Angel. How do you say it?
Angel.
Well, that's how I say it
He really is.
because he gives these away.
Yeah.
He gives these to us that we can give them to patients.
Yeah.
So he is an angel.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Description and a name, much like some.
And he hangs off buildings like angels.
Much like some senators. I'm sorry.
He does. He hang glides. He power glides. Crazy. Thank you. See you, man. All right, magicalbutter.com. Thank you very much for your support. Honeybee, are you there? Honeybee, I can hear you. I'm making sure you're there. All right.
I'm here.
Okay, well. All right. What's going on? You can still see me? Yes, I believe you can. My chat's down for some reason. I don't know why.
I can see you.
Okay. So, our first name on the list is Cheryl Miller. We talked about her before. Bill actually saw Cheryl Miller change a heart and a mind. A very important heart and a mind. Senator Andrews. And she used to be pushed around on her deathbed to fight. And she actually, on her last day on Earth, she actually wore a shirt that...
Yes, I am a medical marijuana user. I don't like the word user, but it said I'm a medical marijuana user. When she passed, she was wearing that shirt.
So she fought to the very end.
Literally.
Literally with cannabis.
Because that's where people needed to hear in a hospital, and that's where she passed. So she educated. She even educated the person that had to take her to the morgue. So she educated after she was gone. Wow, that's pretty powerful.
Was that planned?
No.
Did she? Really?
No, she didn't plan that well in advance. I know you didn't mean that. Yeah, really. Yeah. Yep.
So she educated the guy pushing her.
Well, she had her shirt on,
So even after she died, she was educating people.
Yeah. He asked me if I wanted a shirt, and I said no. Yeah.
Wow.
That's why we do what we do still, though. We carry on because of the list that we have. And while Cheryl is, in our minds, at the top of the list and has been for a long time, it's a growing list. And it doesn't stop with Cheryl. It just accelerates from there. So who else we got?
We got Sabina Rose. You want to tell what happened to her? She was only 15 months old.
Yeah.
She had no chance. Got Diane Ripatella, who stood here at the State House protesting and advocating.
ALS, and she came knowing she was going to die, and it wouldn't be in time for her, but she did so anyway. So we miss Diane. We miss them all.
Gracie from Pennsylvania, little baby. Cindy May, another baby. Jack, a little kid from Colorado. Marie from Pennsylvania. Joan Ford is William's mother, whose book is coming out this year. It's going to educate you all about epilepsy in the 40s and 50s, how they treated people. How the nuns used to throw holy water on somebody having a seizure. That's how ignorant they were back then. Randy Robertson, they took out all of his organs before they gave him cannabis. They gave him the Whipple procedure.
That's rearranging your internal body parts, taking them out and putting them back in a manner more compatible with your body.
Chad died from brain cancer, and when Chad was diagnosed with brain cancer, Chad's father killed himself, leaving Iris to take care of Chad all by herself. And they got a magical butter machine, and they tried their hardest to make some oil, because there was no oil available in New Jersey. So they had to make it themselves, which they didn't know how to do, but they tried, because your mother will do anything for you. And she tried, but he ran out of time.
We've added to include in the list people like Roger Barber, who was not a patient himself, but he fought as a lawyer and a parent, double duty, for Jenny, his daughter. And then he basically died because I think the strain actually killed him. He literally died because of doing this in Laura's mind, and I do not disagree with that. So he makes the list just because we miss him, and the laws against this hurt him as much as it did patients.
He was a patient, and he had to wait for his card, too. He was a legal patient, and I used to love smoking with Roger. I dabbed him out for the first time ever. Yeah, we were having dinner, and he knew I was going to dab him out after dinner. So I said, so we're sitting down after dinner. We got done eating, and I looked at him. I said, "Hey, Raj." He was already up. I'm like, he knew what I was going to say. I'm like, "You want to do it?" He's like, "Ready up." I'm like, "Let's go." I'm like, wow.
Wish I'd seen that.
I guess you really want that dab.
Yeah.
And he wanted 3 or 4 or 5 and 6 after that. It was not just one. It was great.
Well, that would be the medical use, probably umbrellaed under anxiety, that I think he deserved to be able to get away a little bit from his trials. When I say trials, not being on trial, the trials and tribulations of what he did.
Yeah.
That good for him that he embraced being able to do a couple of dabs and get away. Like they used to say, take a trip without leaving the farm. And that did him good.
Well, he showed me his card before he dabbed. I made sure he was legal.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, that's good, because I know you would never do that for somebody who wasn't a legal patient.
No, yeah, that's right.
Lifty turns me down all the time, man. He doesn't share with me.
Suffer.
You kidding?
The law's more important than your suffering.
And, I got to agree with you there. I mean, at least we agree. Okay. Don't you offer it, because I won't accept it.
Jeremy is...
Straight face. Sorry. I know, same. Get us away from this.
This is a tough list, man, because next on this list is a victim of the drug war, Jeremy.
Yeah.
I just saw a picture of him with some beautiful pot plants, beautiful colas, like this thick. I could barely see his face behind the plants. They were so big and thick. And that was some beautiful medicine.
Yeah.
And he went to jail for that. His family was broken up because of that. He was on probation because of that. His life was ruined because of that.
There is no expungement for him now.
No, they can't. There's no I'm sorry. There's no...
when the law passes, they don't just straighten out his record.
No.
Too late. Which is why we do what we do, though. We have no choice. Not really.
No.
Who's up next?
Colette is Jeff's mom. She died from MS. And you don't die from MS, apparently.
Generally, it's considered the complications of MS. Cheryl died from pneumonia. Because MS caused her to not be able to swallow properly. So basically, she developed pneumonia by inhaling water accidentally while trying to swallow.
Matt, Troy, Russ Perry, Jay Arletto, and we got Honeybee on the line. Honey, you wanna say anything for before we sign off? Honeybee.
I can't really, but this, still really hard for me and my son. So I can't talk right now, but
All right. Do you want to do the ode, or do you want me to do it?
I can do it.
All right. Well,
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
This
Go
is
ahead.
for your son, Michael Dillon, who died from a drop seizure. I'm very sorry.
Thank you.
And we're going to remember all of our friends and family every week. Even though this is a hurtful, helpful list, we're going to keep doing this list. And Honeybee is going to end the show for us today. Honeybee from Sativa Cross West, Sativa Cross Women. We have a few names for you. We won't say them all. But Honeybee, can you end the show for us, please?
Can you now? Can you do that now?
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. All
Sorry
right.
about that.
Sorry. It's very hard for Honeybee sometimes to do this because her son died about 2 years ago. No, was it a year ago? Two years ago. So it's not easy for her. It's not easy for any of us. And some days it's hard for Jim. Some days it's harder for me. It's always hard. It's a very hard list to do. So we'll see you on Tuesday, 4/20. Thanks, guys and girls. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. We will remember them.